To remind members and staff that the public section of this meeting will be live streamed and recorded, and that the recording will be made available on the Bapedi Regional Council workshop website following this meeting. I also remind all present that local government decision making affords no protection to councillors, council officers and the public for comments made during the meetings that are subsequently challenged in a court of law and determined to be slanderous. So with that happy news, we'll call for apologies. And the apologies I've got so far are Councillor Isles and Chairman Doug Leader. And on Zoom we have Councillor Thompson, Councillor O'Brien and Gary Maloney from NZTA. Welcome to you all. Are there any other apologies? I don't think so.
I'll second the apologies, Chairman.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. I moved it, seconded. All in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Items not on the agenda. There aren't any. Order of business, no change. Are there any declarations of conflicts of interest? There being none, we move on. The excluded public excluded business to be transferred into the open. Do we have anything? Not at this stage, no. Minutes to be confirmed. Page 8 of your agenda. Let's go to it. It's the minutes for the Public Transport Committee on Tuesday the 24th of September. First of all, can I have someone move that they be a true and correct record?
So moved.
So moved by, that was Councillor Thurston, seconded by Councillor Nees. All in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Any matters of discussion out of those minutes? There being none, we move straight on. The minutes on page 19 now, which are, let's just get it. These are the minutes of the Tauranga Public Transport Joint Committee meeting held on Wednesday, the 11th of September. I'll move that they be a true and correct record. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Crowther. All in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Is there any questions or clarifications or comments with regards to those meetings? That meeting?
Chair, do we actually move them or do we just receive them for information?
Well, you are just receiving.
Okay, so yeah.
Just not.
Thank our TCC colleagues that we were able to skip them out.
Oh, no, that's fine. We are strictly receiving information here. So look, we're just moving on then to the presentations, and we start with the Arataki report. And can I congratulate staff for a really good report as usual for this. There's some really good data in here, and we'll work our way through it. Thank you, Jim.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Jen Proctor, Senior Transport Planner, will be taking you through the Arataki presentation this morning.
Morena koutou. So this report covers performance monitoring for Q1. Thank you. Which is 1 July through to 30 September 24. Refer to page 27 of your agenda pack for the Arataki report. We're going to go through a series of slides and we'll call out some highlights as we go through those for the quarter. Q1 reflected 918,000 boardings, which is up to 12.2% on the same quarter for the prior year for bus services. Tauranga Urban, you'll see patronage reflected a 9% increase on prior year. This does exclude the dedicated school services. As noted in the report, you'll see that routes 1, 62, 72A and 72B remain on weekend timetable currently. The intra-regional or the tertiary services reflect an increase of 4,848 or 46% on the same quarter last year. While this represents relative growth, it's the absolute growth of passengers continues to be low, and further to council direction, this service is going to cease in December this year. Total Western Bay increase, 2.2%, of which 5.2% is an increase for Te Puke, but there is a decrease, we do see that in the Northern Corridor, being Katikati and Omokoro. Continuing increase in patronage for the Rotorua network comes predominantly from the child tickets, which is the under 18s, and also Community Connect. We've not yet started to see a decline in the child tickets since the removal of Community Connect, but we'll probably see that impact over the coming quarterly reports. Slight decrease of 2% in the Eastern Bay, and that's mainly with child tickets on the Whakatane to Ohopia route. And this next slide, looking at the top left graph, the annual patronage data for Waikato and Otago regional councils shows both Bay of Plenty Regional Council overall trend is in line with other councils. You'll see Bay of Plenty there represented in blue. Referring to the lower left graph, quarterly patronage for Tauranga School Services reflects a 20.5% increase on prior year. And year-to-date patronage by type, so the RITS only data shows that youth and adult are the highest ticket types. These figures do exclude the school routes and on demand.
Are you happy to take questions as we go through?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Just that graph, that the interregional between Bay of Plenty, Waikato and ourselves is fascinating. Do you have any insights into, I look at the 2017, the start of the graph, and Otago was just above us, only just, and they've actually rocketed away. Do you have a reason for that?
Might defer through to Ollie for that one.
Through you, Chair, it's predominantly anecdotal, but the number of tourists using the network in Queenstown, they have experienced huge growth in there, and Queenstown is clearly a jewel in the crown in terms of their patronage. Anything else would be, as I say, also anecdotal, although I know that Gary's got his hand up.
Yeah, Gary, thank you. I was going to come to you and fare box recovery comparison between, is that showing, what's that showing us as well? Is that of relevance? Just trying to understand the figures.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman. So there were two things happened in Otago in 2017. It rolled out complete new network reviews in both Dunedin and Queenstown. And Queenstown in particular went from a fairly basic service to a much more comprehensive one. And I think what you've seen over time is just the growth in both those networks.
Thank you. I note that, when I asked about the fare per boarding, Otago is currently at about double what we are as the fare box recovery. So they're at $1.35 and we're at 60 cents. So as well as getting that large increase, they're actually holding, they're up at a much better fare box recovery statistic. Any lessons learned for us there, Gary?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I think you probably need to direct the conversation to Otago, but I just note they don't have the same fare schedule in terms of people that basically not paying a fare. So, basically everyone's paying a fare. They had, as you know, they did the initiative in Dunedin about B-card rollout to move away from zonal fares and to drop to a $2 fare in Dunedin. That was pretty well received over time, although it cost them about 1.2 million in fare revenue a year. So it did drop their fare recovery at that time. They're currently going through the exercise like you are of looking at their fares going forward.
Thank you. Any other questions for anybody? Jen, continue. Oh, Councillor Crumbs.
Thank you, Jen. Can you clarify the numbers for youth versus child? Are we talking 0 to 12 as child and then 13 to 18? 20?
As youth.
So basically the number has increased significantly in the secondary school age group as opposed to the younger age group. Would that be a fair comment?
I actually can't comment. I can find out for you though, councillor Carter.
That'd be helpful.
Councillor Chairman, through you to Councillor Dennis, the Whakatane to Opi run is the premium route in Whakatane. Have you got a feel for why it could be struggling at the moment? Is it seasonal or some other thoughts that come to mind?
At this stage, no, I wouldn't be able to say why. Maybe it's winter, maybe it might pick up over summer. I'm not quite sure on that one. I do know that there's meant to be a bit of a study going on from the team where we've done Tauranga and we've done Rotorua. I think we're meant to be having a look at how we can rejig the schedules to make them work better in the Eastern Bay of Plenty. And I presume that study is ongoing, and that might bring to light some of the ways we can improve it.
Through the chair, that's correct. I think all of our services will be reviewed at the timing and stage of when each of them will be completed is not yet determined, but we are looking at when and how based off the new funding or lack of funding we have for PT. So yeah, it's forthcoming.
Thank you. Continue, Jen.
Thank you. Looking at on demand, so Pies Pa and Gate Pa remain the most popular destinations, and they are also the most popular origins for travel. Patronage for the quarter was in excess of 10,000, which included transfers as well. So we've seen some good growth there.
Just a question to start on transfers, because it's effectively a premium product, the on demand. Should we have staff given any consideration to the ability of people to transfer onto that, and especially if we change the fare structure to that which we're proposing? How do you deal with transfers?
Through you, Chair, we do have a paper later in the agenda on some options for on-demand and the fares structure. Transfers are something that we will need to consider as part of any changes. However, I would note that the majority of our on-demand customers stay within the on-demand zone. It's a relatively small portion of people that connect to and from a fixed route service. So we do appreciate that any changes to the structure may create a loophole. Staff will look at the logistics of closing that depending on any decisions that are made today.
Jen, have you got the latest figures for the on-demand? I got something came through to me yesterday that said we've done over 26,000 passengers. Do you want to just let them know about that? Just it's outside the Arataki, but I think it's relevant.
And through you, Chair, I wasn't aware of the final total figure, but certainly we have exceeded 20,000 boardings for the on-demand service since its inception, which is
Just to provide some further clarity through you, Chair. So yes, as of the end of last week, we have carried 26,520 riders on demand.
Fantastic result. Councillor Mays.
Just a question, I'm looking at the geographical demand map there, which shows that I understand that the majority are Pies Pa and Gate Pa, but it also impacts South Tauranga. So the route that we took off was number 51, and that went mostly where the light blue is that right?
correct.
Yeah. So has there been a commensurate decrease in usage of our other services where we've continued the existing routes in opposition to the on-demand?
So you would be perhaps talking about Route 1 or Route 59.
Yeah. Can you see it like a drop in those areas, or is it it's actually delivering extra trips on top of the previous service or the existing service because it's added convenience?
So through you, Chair, no, we haven't seen a significant drop in trips on other routes. If anything, just looking at the appendices in the back of the Arataki reports, Route 55, we've seen growth. and Route 1 has remained reasonably constant. So it would appear that the new trips that we've experienced through On Demand are in addition to passengers that we were already carrying.
Page 22 for that dependence.
Thank you. Right, and looking at accessible transport, which is page 45 of your agenda pack. Q1, we saw 33,126 trips, which is 10% up on prior quarter and 32% increase on the same quarter prior year in 23-24. Comparing Otago Regional Council in that bottom right graph and Waikato Regional Council patronage, Bay of Plenty does show an upward tick for the 2 previous financial years, as you can see in blue.
And have you had a look at why that is? And it's interesting when you put that in relation to Otago, which has, in this sector, hasn't seen the same advancement that it's seen in the other.
May I defer that one to you, please, Ollie?
Yeah, so through you, Chair, again, most of this is anecdotal. What I would say is where you start to see that graph uptick in financial year 21-22. That was when we passed on the additional subsidy that we were receiving through SURF to passengers. Also, as the service grows, we're aware that creates much more awareness of the service that Regional Council offers. So we have seen trip rates increase, but also applications for people to be part of the scheme increase as well when it comes to safe mobility.
Councillor Thurston.
Chairman, this is good news to be celebrated, but through you and Ollie, can I ask the team, what level of engagement do you have with organisations like the IHC and the Foundation and CCS Disability Action? Do you sort of get feedback from them on an ongoing basis?
CCS Disability Action, I believe that the team do confer with them quite a bit. Blind Foundation, we will have some touch points with them as well. And IHC, generally, I guess, when there are some changes coming through, that consultation and that engagement might ramp up a little bit as well.
Full marks, this is a good news story.
Councillor Meads.
Just having a look at the data on page 46 of the agenda, which said that there were 36,233 accessibility concession trips taken. Do we have a breakdown from those that are the +1 and those that are the person with the
actual concession?
Yeah.
No, if we've got it in the report, I can find out for you if you like.
Thank you, because it was something that we did talk about in the BS review, whether to retain the +1, so it would be quite helpful to know what the split is.
Through you, Chair, I don't have an exact number for you, Councillor Neese, but it is a number that we pulled out as part of our work on the fares review. From memory, it is a relatively low number. I guess our reflection of staff would be it's not widely used, but I'm assuming for those that do use it, it is essential.
Yeah, no, it's just, is it 50-50? Just don't know. Thank you.
But I just concur with what Oliver's just said. You know, it's that was an initiative that we implemented for the profoundly disabled that were fearful of travelling without support. So it's a very, very small number, and I think you know, if we looked at taking that away, I think it would be a grave disadvantage to those folks. Very small numbers, Jim.
Proceed to the next slide. Here we're looking at total mobility. You will see a new graph in the top left, and that's showing the contract costs by funding source. So we've got funding there from Waka Kotahi, SURF funding, and then local share. 25% of that is SURF funding. You'll note that SURF funding is higher in the 23-24 financial year, and local share is lower due to additional SURF funding received at the end of the 23-24 financial year.
Jean, when you say local share, is that the regional council, or is that, what about fare box recovery? Or is that, that's cost, isn't it?
So through you, Chair, with total mobility, it works slightly differently because this is effectively a subsidy on a taxi trip. So we don't collect revenue in the same way that we would for our public transport services.
Looking at accessibility concessions, 36,223 accessibility concession trips taken, which is an increase of 22.3% on the same quarter for the prior year. However, 15.3% lower than the previous quarter, being the April to June quarter. 56 applications have been processed and 2,036 applications since go live in 1 July 21. Going to the next slide. Customer experience, which is page 53 of your agenda pack, 4,997 PT-related tickets were created during the quarter, with 107 tickets remaining unsolved, being 2.1%. Predominant queries are B-card queries, 27%, closely followed by bus queries and then timetable queries. Complaints represented only 7% of the tickets raised. Looking at the missed trips, quarter one, estimated scheduled trips of 74,029, of which 570 were missed, represented 0.8% of the total scheduled trips. And you can see in that bottom left graph, the top 5 routes with missed or delayed trips are routes 40, 5, 1, 2, and 55, mainly congestion and traffic related.
Councillor Scott.
With regard to the tickets about accessible transport, what comes under that? What were the sort of questions that are coming in there?
Around accessible transport, it could be just how do they go about making a journey using accessible transport. It could be how do they actually gain a concession. They're more general queries.
I understand it's good news that they're asking not. There weren't so much complaints about if.
Through you, Chair, just for clarification, if it was a complaint, it would be tagged as such and would appear in that red category.
Councillor Neves.
Thank you. I just wanted to reflect on the very positive feedback I had for the bus service with the Garden and Art Festival, with that little bus that was running around. Really very much appreciated by a lot of people that were doing the trips to the gardens, etc. But I did have 2 bits of feedback, and it was from somebody that hasn't used the bus before. They thought the bus service was great, it was really convenient. What they did reflect on was the strong smell of urine on the seats in the bus that they were sitting in. So I just wonder what we do about monitoring that with the bus operator. It could have just been those particular buses, and they hadn't been properly serviced or somebody had checked them or something, but that was a feedback to me that perhaps it's something we should just keep an eye on, or ask the bus contractor to keep an eye on. And the other thing was with regard to signage down on Drive Crescent. You've got the intercity bus stop, which has got fabulous signage, and yet the bus stop for the Tauranga Urban Services further down, there's a north, I guess, and the bus sign faces the road, it doesn't face it each way, so the people that were further down the road didn't actually, they were looking for the bus stop and didn't actually figure it out until the bus came along and parked there. So maybe we have to think about not just having a sign facing the car park and the water, but have it facing so that people coming either way along the road can actually see that that's where the bus stop is.
Through you, Chair, just on the arts festival, that, to my understanding, was a charter bus chartered by the organiser of that event. So I'm not aware that the regional council provided that bus, but I will clarify and let you know. I'm not sure if our TCC representatives are aware whether that was part of the event.
Well, it's very well received.
Just through the chair, and just on the second point, councillor Neves, I think that's something we can, with respect to the signage, one guy, President, we can go back to the city council staff on that, because they're the ones that install that, so we'll let them know.
On the last slide, financial performance, so for the 3 months ending 30 September, year to date, total operating surplus variance is $1.4 million, which is favourable. Operating revenue is 2.1 million, lower than budget. My apologies. I've got it corrected now. Thank you, Claudia. I'll start again. For the 3 months ending 30 September, year-to-date total operating surplus is $1.4 million favourable. Operating revenue, $2.1 million lower than budget. And this is offset by operating expenditure being $3.5 million lower than budget as well.
Mayor Daniel.
I had a question around the fare box recovery. If you look on page 51, I see that the Kalikati and the Mokuara to Tauranga fare box recovery figures halved when patronage increased. I was just wondering what the basis for that was, or the reasons for that was.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the reduction in Western Bay for the Katikati Mongkoro service between 23 and 24, being 23.4% and 24-25 being 12.4%, is due to a timing difference in contract costs. This is most closely aligned with the final fare box ratio, recovery ratio for June 23-24, which was 13.8% for Katikati Mongkoro. Finance are looking into the contract cost issue on that one.
Thank you. It seems to me that if we don't normalise that sort of data, then it becomes pretty meaningless. I mean, sometimes normalisation of data gets difficult, you know, when Easter has different days and so on, including in different quarters, but for something as fundamental as that, it's a huge difference and actually quite misleading. Maybe something to bear in mind in the future.
Are there any questions?
Councillor Brown.
Yeah, just on appendix 2, when I look at that information, I'm just sort of struggling to know what I'm meant to be learning from it. Wondering whether there could be quarter breakdowns or something. Like it just seems a little bit blunt to be given 3 months from 2023, which seems almost like an arbitrary kind of division there. But I don't know if is this some message meant to be in that appendix?
So through you, Chair, it's to sort of try and give you an idea of what was happening in the previous quarter of that final year. As I say, it's appended because there isn't the same sort of level of analysis undertaken as perhaps the aggregated stuff that you see in the front part of the reports. But we will take away your feedback and consider how we present things clearer next time.
Yeah, I think through the chair, maybe just the total for the financial years, you know, that are comparable or something along those lines, as opposed to sort of, yeah, because we don't quite know whether those numbers will be favourable or not compared to the following year, and you know.
Through you, Chair, from memory, it was a request of a previous committee meeting to have things broken out by month. So let us know that away.
I think you've done well.
Just a point of clarification for Councillor Neves. So I've just looked at the numbers for accessibility. So we carried 152,600 people on an accessibility concession last financial year, and we had just over 6,000 people taking advantage of the free plus one.
Just quickly through the chair, going back to your question for Councillor Neves, the service provided for the Arts Festival was not a BLPRC service.
Relief, thank you.
Order.
Any further questions?
There being none, I'll move that I think we just received that report. That we received that report. Seconded by, councillor Crowell. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you very much, Jim. As I said at the start, that it's really good information that and, sorry, councillor Crowell, but I like it broken down by the monthly.
To be clear, so do I guess just that maybe a comparative thing as well.
Yeah. All right, moving on. There we go. Chairman's report. That's you, I think.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I will speak to some of the salient points in the Chair's report. So members may be aware that there's been a nationwide temporary suspension of the use of bike racks on buses. So on Wednesday, the 6th of November, we were made aware by our operators that they felt that there was a potential compliance issue, and buses fitted with front-mounted bike racks may not be COF compliant. So that's the heavy vehicle version of a WOF. Because on some models of bus, front-mounted bike racks could obscure headlights. The regional sector has been working closely with both the industry and NZTA to try and clarify matters. It's been a bit of a rock and a hard place at the moment. The agency's position is that the bike racks are safe to be used during hours of daylight. However, the bus industry is pushing back. Their interpretation of the rules of the road is that you must be COF compliant at all times, and therefore it is very binary. It is within the regulation or it is not. We have had to prioritise safety, and therefore we are awaiting clarity from the regulator and acceptance of that position from the industry before we commission those bike racks back into service. We've been very clear with our operator that we do not expect bike racks to be removed from vehicles because we're concerned that if they're removed, it might be tricky to get them back on. So what we have agreed with our operators is that they will remain temporarily disabled until we get the clarity that we need to tell our operator that we expect them to be back in service.
Mr. Chair, just about that, it's helpful to know that it's because of COF compliance, because I was thinking how many people actually use bike racks at night in comparison to using them during the day, and it seemed like an awful loss of customer service to not be able to use their bus during the day when the lights aren't on. So it's a technical thing, because I was sort of thinking, why can't they just put a cover over it at night, so or do something so it's disabled, so people can't put their bikes on there at night. But thank you for making that clear.
Can I clarify? It's not the racks themselves that block the headlights, it's only when the bikes are on the racks. Is that the situation?
That's correct, Councillor Shirley. So some testing has been done by Greater Wellington that shows with 4 models of bus in their fleet, when the bike racks are deployed and bikes are loaded, they do obstruct the headlights. However, I would note that with some of those vehicles that were deemed to be significantly impacted, swapping the headlight bulbs to LEDs sufficiently increased the level of brightness to a level where it was deemed acceptable.
Yeah, this is one of those issues where you just look at it, just think, it's bonkers. I don't usually like to use phrases like this, but is bureaucracy gone mad? And a lot of our bus routes don't even run at night at all. It's not like they could be running at night; they just don't run at night or after 5 o'clock. And it does make you wonder what is the fear here? If it's not COF compliant because of this, who's prosecuting? It'd be a brave person to prosecute in that situation. So, do we know what the driver for this is and why the fear from the bus operators that they need to be COF compliant, because if they're failing with their licenses or something will be removed, then surely there can be a way to mitigate that.
Through you, Chair, we are very much stuck in the middle of this one, and this is why we're awaiting clarity from NZTA as to the regulatory position. And until we get that clarity, we have to prioritise safety.
Gee, surely common sense tells you to take the bloody rack from the front to the back, like we used to have in the old days, hanging on the back. I don't know, but yeah, I think bureaucracy has gone a bit crazy here. But the worst part about it, how long is this gonna take for somebody to get off their tail in Wellington and make a decision on what they're gonna do about it? That's the issue.
So through you, Chair, it was reported in the media last week that the Minister for Transport had told the agency to find a solution to this quickly. This is an issue that is affecting the whole regional sector. It's not Bay of Plenty that have interpreted this in an extreme way. So this is a nationwide temporary disablement of bike racks, and they are, whilst not heavily used in the Bay of Plenty, those that do use them frequently. So it is something that we want to work with the industry to resolve as quickly as possible. If there are no other questions on the issue of bike racks, just wanted to give you an update on the cessation of tertiary services. So you'll recall that this committee recommended to Regional Council that tertiary commuter services be ceased at the end of this calendar year. That was endorsed by the Regional Council on the 23rd of October. In terms of actions that you are staff to follow up on in relation to the removal of these services, we've explored alternatives for Route 80. So that's the route that comes in from Katikati. We've looked at adjusting that timetable, however, because that route is operated by one bus. If you make changes in the morning, you then upset the evening. So we've come to the conclusion that if we do change the morning timings of that service, there are significant ramifications on the timing of our trips, and therefore we advise against that. We've also looked at the opportunity to add in an additional inbound service in the morning. However, that will require a second bus to be put on that route. And whilst we're awaiting clarity from the operator, we anticipate that that will not be deliverable within existing budgets, so is unlikely to proceed unless additional funding can be found. In terms of engagement with the Murupara community, which is another action that you are staff to follow up on. So we're currently looking to schedule a date with the Murupara Library and Service Centre, along with colleagues from our rates team, to have a drop-in session. We've also got two regional councillors who have indicated their wish to attend the Murupara Community Board HUI on the 10th of February next year. Staff will support those councillors as needed. We have also explored making changes to the remaining service out to Murupara. So that's Route 15 and 15A. But again, as that's operated by one vehicle, we have encountered challenges with the timetabling. So it looks like we can't make that service run earlier for the benefits of students, unfortunately. Moving on, next item in your chair's report is school services. So we have recently written to schools in Tauranga and Te Puke to clarify the level of service provision for the 2025 school year. And we have confirmed with schools that we will continue with the current level of service, but we are not in a position to add any new school routes or additional capacity in 2025. And just signalling that through next year, staff will be completing a full review of the Tauranga and Te Puke school bus network.
So are you saying that nothing will change in 2025?
Correct, yes.
Yeah. Because I have some concerns when I look at the routes, for, especially Welcome Bay, where the school bus goes from Welcome Bay past the Tauranga Peninsula, where there are all grades of schools, right out to Otamoto, and, which is doubles the length of the route. These are not special schools, out there. So we're paying, we're paying children to go past their nearest school, and to me, that needs to be looked at. I recognise that, we get plenty of notice, whatever, I can't stop these services, but I think over the next, 3 to 6 months, we need to actually, have a good look at that, so that when we go into the start of 2026, we've got a more rationalised approach. This is all part of the fare box recovery, trying to get that figure up. And I think we're offering a premium service outside the scope of what we are required to do for when the Ministry of Education took the funding away from us for school children. I mean, councillors first, and then
Well, yes, just I wonder whether when we have been doing consultation with the school services, is it worth, or would it be too complicating to broach the issue of potentially having to charge for school students to use the service, or for the schools to actually recover costs and then pay it to the regional council to cover the cost of the service, which would help increase the private share from that. I just think that at the moment, those services are potentially going to be out of alignment with the public service that we're looking at adjusting the fees on, and that if we're going out, there is an opportunity to talk on wider issues, and I'd be interested to know what staff think. Would it be compounding and making it more confusing for schools, or is it an opportunity that we should consider? And then I've got one other point, Mr. Chair.
So through you, Chair, through the fares review, we have presented options for potentially introducing a fare for school-aged children, and the impact that would have on fare box recovery. I think it's fair to say that the school bus provision in Tauranga is very good compared to what you might see in comparable cities. So we will need to ask the question of, if we do retain those services, whether charging a fare does enough in terms of bringing in revenue, or whether we'll need to consider other sources of revenue, which could be asking the schools to consider contributing towards the provision of those. I did note that we have our school services review ongoing at the moment, due to complete at some point next year. And as part of that, we are looking to hold some focus groups. So it is something that we could explore if it's the wish of this committee through those focus groups. I guess what I would add is public transport clearly has constraints in terms of available funding, and I have no doubt that is shared by the other institutions and services being offered as well. So the ability of schools to be able to contribute, I could not comment on at this time.
Just one other comment. I was contacted by a representative of the Omokara Community Board seeking consideration by this council of considering a service from Omokarawa to Tauranga in the morning on Saturdays and Sundays, and back in the evening. And they're actually doing research amongst the community, and asked if they could come and present to the public forum once they've got their research. The chair said that was probably the best way to get that to the front of the committee, so that will happen sometime probably in the new year.
yeah, that's welcome. Anybody's welcome to, if they've got new information, to bring it through the public forum. Is the first and best place to initiate it, and we'll look at it. Councillor,
Chairman, as we go into the review of the school bus service for Tauranga, I don't want this to sound like a history lesson, but I think it behoves all of us to look back into the archives as to the history of school bus services in Tauranga. Because in the 1990s, Tauranga didn't have a bus service, and the Ministry of Education at the time stepped into the gap to get Tauranga's kids to school. Then they woke up after some period of time and said that they were this was the only area in the country that was living in clover, for want of an expression. And so they said they were going to withdraw the service and that we needed to find an alternative. So as we know, we were given 3 years to provide an alternative to get kids to school in Tauranga. It took a bit longer than that. And as we know, in the real pure model, our intention, and support me here, Councillor Neves and others, the intention was to get Tauranga kids off the Ministry of Ed buses that were ceasing and onto public transport. Well, if I use the word shit fight, I would ask for it to be removed from the minutes. But I just caution everyone to be fully au fait as to the history of school bus services in Tauranga, ready to go down this path, because it is a Rolls-Royce service that we're providing. And as the chairman has said, it comes at some cost, but just be prepared that you're in full battle dress when we decide to go out to consult the schools on school bus services. So I still bear the scars. I'm happy to show anyone who wants to have a look. Thank you, Chairman. But in serious note, if we can just ask Oliver and the team to do a couple of pages on the history. I've got my notes that I gave the MP, Todd Muller, when he summons me to his office to explain what I was doing to Tauranga bus services. And I can assure you, I bear scars from him too. So, but I think it's pretty important on a serious note that everyone at this table in particular is fully appraised of the history of school bus services in Tauranga and how we're in the situation that we're in today, and we're providing this very, very elaborate and expensive service.
Yes, in 2016, when we renewed the contract, the blueprint had all school children initially going on the public service, and it was a disaster. There was nothing short of it being a disaster. School children were being left behind, and we rushed to get a solution, and you know, and we did that. We had to do that, because it was not well conceived, the 2018 contract. So that's the history of, we've got to learn from that and find a way forward that's actually affordable for our ratepayers and for congestion, which was the primary reason that we did the Rolls-Royce version, and we have to now refine it to make sure that it's economically viable as well as so there's still congestion issues, there's still we want to get kids going to school, that's for sure, but we need an elegant solution.
We all know it's a sacred cow, but as I say, even the special character schools, I can assure you, colleagues around the table, Christianity went out the window the night I went to some of those schools trying to sell the concept of school bus services and merely getting your children onto public bus services. But if Oliver, I can help you. I've got all the things that I provided to you, please.
Through Chair, just a question to Ollie, please, and if you can remind me of it, is the tertiary student numbers in Murupara? Have we got any idea what the numbers are?
I can help out there. I think from memory it's about 5 or 6 students are impacted, councillor. And there used to be one student that used to be picked up on an irregular basis at Kaingaroa, and that was an on-demand service to the driver of the bus on the day. So, but they're not large numbers. But as we know, my big grief is through you, Chairman, that these are kids that are going to just fall through the cracks when they leave Murupara Area School and will never be seen again. So that's why I was personally, and I know my other 2 Rotorua colleagues, are determined to get these kids to tertiary education in Rotorua. So
through Chair, I totally agree with that because, you know, they're one of the highest deprivated areas in the country. And they possibly do need, well, we definitely need to look after these children. The other question was for the bus service, it's in Taronga and Te Puke. What's the Eastern Bay situation?
So through you, Chair, so we don't offer any regional council funded school services outside of Taronga and Te Puke. So there are Ministry of Education run services in both Rotorua and the Eastern Bay, but we don't offer those as the MOE is currently covering that.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Brien, are you indicating you wanting to talk?
So just to conclude the chair's reports, onto security, I'm sure many of you have noticed there have been a few serious incidents around the country recently on public transport, especially in Auckland. And in response to this, there is a lot of data being collected to understand the prevalence and any patterns to incidents. In terms of the situation here in the Bay of Plenty, we have seen a small uptick in antisocial behaviour, especially at our interchanges, but we haven't seen anything of the severity that has unfortunately been seen recently on the Auckland network. Just to note that our current security contract is due to end towards the end of December. There is funding within the Regional Council's long-term plan to continue the provision of security services, and staff are currently working towards either procuring or extending the current security services with the intention that they continue at the rates indicated in the paper. So not all day coverage, part day coverage in the morning and the afternoon, evening. And we will continue to monitor antisocial behaviour and keep the committee abreast of any trends that start to appear.
Councillor Shirley.
You do have any information on the fare avoidance problems? I think there's a huge problem we're facing in transit. Just belligerently just refuse to pay and abuse the driver. Do we collect that information? Do we have any idea of what the scale is in our services, particularly Taronga and Rotorua?
So through you, Chair, we don't collect dedicated information on fare evasion here in the Bay of Plenty. So it's hard to isolate just that. What the driver should do if someone boards the bus and refuses to pay, the drivers are trained not to de-escalate conflict. But they do push a button on their console to effectively count on an adult. However, there are multiple reasons why a driver might press that count button. So it's hard to understand from the data that comes back how many of those adult counts are attributed to refusing to pay versus other genuine reasons for pushing that button. We did do some very high-level analysis as part of our fares review to look at the extent to which we could recover more revenue through customer education programs to make sure people board buses with the correct means of payment, but also training for drivers to empower them to try and collect revenue where it's safe and reasonable to expect them to do so. However, we attributed that to I think 0.1 or 0.2% increase in fare box recovery. So yes, we are losing some revenue, but we don't think we're hemorrhaging it.
Just on that issue though, NZT, Auckland Transport is particularly concerned about it's become quite widespread, and it sort of becomes almost like a socially accepted behaviour, particularly with younger people, understandably. If you don't nip it in the bud, it could well get out of hand. And if we're not recording the data, we have no idea, it just could be lost in the ether in terms of the significance of the problem.
Yeah, through you, Chair, we completely acknowledge that. It is something that we are raising with our operators through our partnering meetings to make sure that drivers are safely challenging customers that board our services with no intention of paying. So we'll continue to monitor the issue. The challenge is that enforcement side of things. bus drivers are there to drive the bus and provide a customer service. They're not there to, they're not warranted officers, and they have no powers to force people to pay or fine people if they have no intention of doing so.
I think it's a very valid point that you make, Councillor Shirley, and so we do have a button on our B-card service. It sounds like you need two buttons, one specifically for those who refuse. Is that a possibility under the new operating system that will come in next year?
I'll have to check the technical specifications of MTS. I think we've run out of buttons on the on the current system, but in terms of how we record that, but I completely acknowledge the points that Councillor Shirley has rightly made. It is something that we will, take best endeavours to try and get a better understanding of, and keep this committee updated.
Any further questions? I've moved that report. I just have to say to thank staff for the work you are doing. We're all pretty demanding. These are not easy, and it's from a regional council point of view, it's a big budget item for us, and so it's really important that we do come to grips with it. And I have to recognise you for the excellent work you do, because I'm serious on that. I want the best for the service, and I'm not prepared to take easy outcomes. We have to make sure that the service we operate is in line with what central government and NZTA require, so that we actually get continued and ongoing funding. And the last thing I want to see is us risk that through being too soft. And so that's a hard thing to balance for staff, and I respect that the nature that you put up with me. Anyway, so that's just just up to the transport staff in general. And I'll move the report, the chairman's report. Do I have a seconder? That we receive it, Councillor Lees. All in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Regional fare box. We'll just have a question here. Technically, we've got about, looks like where am I? We've got, how long we go? Yeah. Well, yeah, but all do go, just go straight through. And if I want to get here. Yeah, how long to the end? This. I'd like to take. Okay, we've got about an hour to go, so let's break for quarter of an hour, cup of tea now before we move on to the next item. How's that? Okay. We'll be back at 11:15. Okay, we're resuming. Everyone take their seat, thank you, and it is Andrew. I think you're gonna do the feedback. Oh, no, it's up here, sorry, it's Nicky and Andrew.
Through you, Chair, before I hand over to Nikki for the presentation, I just wanted to make reference to one of the documents that's been tabled this morning. You might recall that through the Fares Review workshops, I've mentioned that we will be given some targets by NZTA to increase our private share. So effectively, that's the revenue that we generate towards the operational costs of public transport. The agency yesterday afternoon, so staff only had these since about 4 p.m. yesterday, released a discussion document. So what you've got tabled in front of you are the proposed interim targets and indicative target for 2026-2027 for private share for the Bay of Plenty networks. I will say that there is a 4-week period where staff will be discussing these targets with the agency to hopefully land on some final agreed targets. Given that these have only very recently been put forward by the agency, staff are yet to undertake a detailed analysis. But what I would note is that the target for 2026-2027 especially is significantly higher than what we had anticipated. The other thing I'd draw your attention to is that the formula to calculate the percentage of private share is different to the farebox recovery formula that has previously been used in the Fares Review. To put that into sort of numbers that would give you a sense of scale. So the farebox recovery ratio formula has us currently sitting around between 13 to 14%. If you use the new formula, we're down at just a fraction over 7%. So under this, the indicative target has us going from 7% currently to 26% by 2026-2027. If we convert that crudely back into farebox recovery ratios, so that has us going from 13% up to 33%. In terms of the Fares Review, where what I would say is I feel that we've pulled levers pretty hard. The Fares Review is indicating that we can get to somewhere between 19 and 25%. Through the initiatives that we have proposed thus far. So that does leave a significant gap between where the Fares Review is indicating we can get to and the proposed targets that we've received recently. Staff will be doing some detailed work on this, and we do intend to circulate a memo with members of this committee as soon as possible, just to flesh out a bit more of our thinking and to let you know the sort of things that we'll be raising with our colleagues at NZTA over the coming weeks. Before I hand over to Nikki, what I would just sort of like to highlight is I don't think we're expecting the Fares Review to get us to that final end state. We've always said that once the Fares Review's been done, we will then need to do the other side of the coin, which is a review of the costs. But what I would highlight is we are, for a number of our operations, in mid-flight in terms of contracts. So whilst there might be the ability to take some costs out if it's the right thing to do in the will of this committee, we are somewhat constrained in terms of being able to pull significant operational costs out of our networks at pace. So as I say, there will be a second part to this. Councillor Shirley.
And what are the consequences for not meeting the target?
To be confirmed, what's been signalled to date is that your progress against these targets will in some way be correlated to the level of funding received from the next round of the NLTF. To what extent that is, and the method at which is used to determine that is to be confirmed. I don't know if Gary can offer any more of an explanation at this point, but it's something that we'll be looking to understand with our counterparts at the agency over the coming weeks as we go through that consultation.
If I can through you, Mr. Chairman, so Ollie's pitched it pretty well. It will be one input into future decisions on NLTP funding contributions.
That sounds highly likely. We'll end up in some sort of death spiral where we get less and less funding to provide worse and worse service, and getting worse and worse fare loss recovery. Is there a good way to avoid that?
Whilst trying to charge more and more for the service. I think if it's not speaking out of turn through you, Chair, your concern is very much shared by staff. As I say, this information is very new. There is the opportunity to talk about the reality of the situation with our colleagues at the agency and make our case. So staff will be considering that, and we will pen our thoughts into a memo and circulate that ASAP. If there's no further questions through you, Chair, I'll hand over to Nikki to take us through the slides.
Thank you, Ollie. Atamari. So, as you can see, we're getting to the end of the PTC journey on this piece of work for this year anyway, with the next step being for us to take, or for PTC to take recommendation to Regional Council for adoption of a new fare system. Just to bring you up to speed, since the previous workshop, we have refined the fare system modelling, taking account of the direction that you provided in workshop 2. We've published a participate page to inform and seek feedback from the community, and we've undertaken face-to-face engagement across the Rohe. This is a decision piece, and the recommendations we would like are that the committee receive a report, that the committee approves the fare system parameters, as in the fare structure, concessions, products, and adult-based fare, as have been presented by staff, and that the committee recommends that Regional Council adopt the recommended fare system at its meeting on the 11th of December. Just to recap a little bit on the fares modelling from workshop 2, these are the parameters that we'd like the PTC to approve. So these are the assumptions that were made and then were taken through the modelling. We have a base adult fare, that's after B card, of $3.70 for the whole region. We have a standard concession fare, which is 50% off the base adult fare. We have removed concessions, the senior concession and the tertiary concession, and we have, in effect, nationalised the conditions of the Super Gold. We have introduced peak charges for children and young people at 50% of adult fares, so a concession as well. Applied 50% discount for off-peak travel. And we've looked at capping revenue-based caps with a day cap of around 2 to 3 trips it works out at, and a weekly cap of 7 to 8 trips. So this information here was presented at the last workshop.
Can I just ask a piece of clarification? If the child fare is 50% of the adult fare and off-peak is 50% of the fare, does that mean that children are 25% of the fare off-peak?
It does,
Right.
yes.
Okay, I think we need to be clear about that.
Yes, so any off-peak would be applied to all concessioned fares, yeah.
Councillor Sheridan.
My concern, Ollie, is what you said before, if we adopt that, and it seems harsh, we're still not going to meet the target. I think you said we'll be 19%, not 26%, which is our target figure we've been given. So we've got to go tougher, don't we?
Through you, Chair, that's one way of looking at it. The other thing would be that this is one half of an equation, so the other is a review of operational cost of it, and whether there are efficiencies that can be gained there.
It's just that if the consequences are what I suspect they are, Mayor Dean is quite right, we'll just be in a dead spiral, hopeless situation. But it's pretty serious that we do strive to meet that target. And my question is, are we striving hard enough?
Through you, Chair, I suppose my response to that would be, this fares review achieves two things. It creates a whole new structure in terms of how, what products we offer and how they're all linked together, what relationships they have. And then you've got the headline fare that determines everything. Today we're asking for two things. It's for you to agree to the structure and then to agree to the assumptions as they currently stand. There is nothing stopping us in due course changing the assumptions if we find that it's the will of this committee that we need to sort of increase or decrease based on how we're tracking against targets.
I noticed that this report doesn't seem to mention zoning. Did you take that into consideration? Yes, okay. Well, I'll have a question for me.
Sorry. Gee, just a question, and after being 50 years in retail, I know a little bit about if you're not gonna go to a cashless society, 370 is a hell of a lot different than if you would go to $4 and it's two coins. And that's how people think of it. The other thing I have to consider with what Councillor Shirley says, if you don't start upping the fare to what it actually costs, there's never been anything free, ever. Just that somebody else has paid for it. And that's what we've got to be really, really consistent here. That's what the government are telling us. And I totally concur with what Councillor Shirley says. So, but yeah, just bear in mind when it comes, if you're dealing with cash, it's a hell of a thing to just muck around for 30 cents.
Well, this is a fare box with a prepaid card. So that's using the current B card or the new card. Did you have a fare box for cash?
So the cash fare would be a nice round number to try and negate the issue that you quite rightly raised, Councillor Campbell. So in the modelling, we assumed $5 for a cash fare. So there will be a premium if you want to pay cash. The last workshop was relatively clear in the direction it gave to staff that we'd like to retain the ability for now to take cash. But what I would note is through the new ticketing system, NTS Motor Move, that you will be able to pay contactless. So there will be less barriers to payment. You don't have to go down to your local regional council office to get a B card and apply for that. It is much more of a pop on and go type service. So we hope that with that removal of barrier to pay, we will get some more bums on seats.
Okay, thank you.
This table was also used in the last workshop. So you can see from the results, this enables us to make some headway into the fare box recovery impact that's required. Having said that, this is of course using the previous formula. The direction we had from the PTC for further modelling that came out of the PTC second workshop was for us to look at the zonal structure with Tauranga zone including Te Puna. Thank you, Councillor Nees. For further work to recommend zonal fare increments. We're looking at concessions and discounts, consider how a discount might be provided for families with multiple children. And in terms of products, investigating the feasibility of family passes under the NTS or Motor Move. With regard to on demand, there was discussion at the last workshop around a fare structure changing and for the on-demand service, and that will be covered in the paper after this. So looking at this.
Sorry, can I just go back? I'm just a bit confused. So $3.70 would, if I jumped on a bus in Mount Maunganui, would that get me to Brereton for $3.70?
Through you, Chair, under what we're proposing here, it would. So to make that trip, you would need to catch Route 5 into Tauranga CBD and then change on to 55. We're not proposing to remove the free transfer. So yes, $3.70 would get you all the way.
So Mount Maunganui to Te Puke?
under this. So we're just about to walk you through our updated zonal fare structure from the feedback we received. So Tauranga to Te Puke, you would cross a zone boundary, so you would pay a slightly increased fare that recognises the longer distance that you would be travelling.
So if we look at the zone map up on the top left, we have actually included Te Puna in the first zone. So that's in the same zone as Tauranga. We've also amalgamated the two outer zones in the Eastern Bay. So that's Maraenui and Pōtake. If we compare these, or if we superimpose this deprivation map on the bottom right to Councillor Campbell's point about deprivation in the Eastern Bay, you can see that actually the change in zones from a 3 to a 2 will actually provide some benefit to people living out east.
Sorry, can we see that map a little bit bigger? Because I can't, is that, so Waihi Beach is in one zone, and then what's the names in the next, in the other green ones? Are they all one zone with green? Are they?
Yeah, so I'm a bit closer to it than Nikki. So at the far north, you've got Waihi and Waihi Beach in the same zone. The next zone down is Katikati, and then the next zone down is Wangokoroa. And then Te Puna and Tauranga are in the same zone. So effectively, from the last workshop, we took a zone out between Tauranga and Waihi, so it does reduce the cost of travel in that northern corridor, and means that you can get across the Wairau Bridge to Tauranga without incurring an additional cost on top of your proposed $3.70 fare.
And it wouldn't be practical to somehow make the green ones into 2 green zones rather than 3 green zones?
Through you, Chair.
Just for simplicity, I'm thinking.
Yeah, and this is very much something that we've knocked up just to explain things to you today. So this is something that we, assuming this is adopted, would go into material for our customers. We would look to make sure that it made the most sense and was the easiest to digest as possible. This is very much an early mock-up.
So looking at the numbers up the top, you can see that those zonal changes don't have a huge impact on fare box recovery. This is just a snapshot for what we've proposed means in terms of fares for people making these routes. So you can see that within Tauranga and Te Puke, it would be Tauranga Papamoa would be a 36% increase. Rotorua for a standard urban fare would be a 65% increase. The fares benefiting most are those for longer rural distances, especially the Eastern Bay, so those are down the bottom. And I've put both Pōtake to Pōtake with 2 zones and Pōtake with 3 zones, so you can see what difference in fare we have.
Councillor?
Just to be clear, so then under that model, if you went from Waihi Beach to Tauranga, you're paying $5 and then another $5. No, because so Tauranga to Katikati, $8. And then from Katikati to Mokoroa, it's that, but
That's not a zone, that's.
So if you just quickly jump back onto the previous slide. So Tauranga to Waihi would be you'll be crossing through 4 zones. So if we jump back onto the next slide, so Tauranga to Waihi would be $12. So what we've done compared to, so last time at the workshop, we had every zone boundary crossed would incur another $3.70. The direction we got was that was a bit too severe. So what we've done is we've smoothed that curve a bit, so you're your fare doesn't double with every boundary crossed. The journeys we've shown here are just a selection, so we haven't got every possible combination of journeys on this table.
So just be looking at it now, it's 13 and 5 to go from Waihi Beach to Tauranga, so that's $13. Is it not? You go Tauranga, Kerikeri, and then Kerikeri to Waihi Beach.
I think you just add them up because that's not how the formula works. Maybe Oliver, if you're able to show the formula, would that be helpful?
Yeah, so it's the number of zones crossed. So if you look at the little table in the top left of that slide, so you can see if you're within one zone, $3.70, 2 goes to 5, 3 goes to 8, so on and so forth. So you don't just add one zone on, it's you do get a discount effectively as you cross those boundaries.
Yeah.
Councillor Thurston and Councillor Crowther.
Nikki, can you delve into Rotorua, please? I feel like a turkey about to get an early Christmas. Can you help me out there?
In terms of the increase, do you mean
What are you gonna get for your $3.70 in Rotorua?
going to get the same service that you have at the moment for $2.24?
Right, through you to ask Councillor Conan O'Brien to comment. He's a frequent public bus service.
Well, then, good morning, everybody. Sorry, I with my poor voice. I'm very concerned that the two between Rotorua and Tauranga within the same area are such huge rises, particularly in Rotorua. How we're going to justify when you say the same service? So most of the time, the live tracking currently doesn't work because I use it most days. Bus didn't turn up the other day. One of the services missed out. So if it's the same service that I'm going to pay 65% more for, have I got news for you? So no, I'm very disappointed at this, and I think it's going to be very hard for us to justify to the public.
So through you, Chair, one of the principles that was signalled through the workshop was the simplicity and having effectively a uniform fare across the region. Currently, that is not the case. So there is a difference between the fare that we charge in Tauranga versus Rotorua. So you can see $2.72 for your standard adult versus $2.24 in Rotorua. So proportionally, the increase to $3.70 is larger in Rotorua. What I would say though, is that we are making sure that we are still offering concessions. So those that need support with travel the most are able to get a concession. And we are proposing a flat 50% discount across the concessions that we offer. So compared to some of our concessions, people travelling on those will actually experience a larger discount compared to the current state. But I do acknowledge that based on the principles that were agreed through the workshops, that does lead to a 65% increase for the headline full adult fare for travel within Rotorua.
Mr. Chairman, through the chair, if I may, I think it's going to be very hard for us to justify that on the grounds of what's the justification in terms of cost. Just for such a huge increase, and also I see within Tauranga as well, two of the primary users in terms of actual numbers who use the service to cop such a huge increase, and I appreciate the to get a regional fare. Well, all I can see is it's going to sort of prompt questions of, well, what's the point of being part of a region that does that sort of thing, where we can't justify those sorts of costs? So I think there's going to be consequences to this sort of thing. So, but anyway, thank you very much.
Yeah, just answering that, I think, Councillor O'Brien, you have to look at the memo that Mr. Maloney sent us, which has been tabled today, and we have to address the fare box recovery if we want to get ongoing support from the New Zealand Transport Agency. So to say that it's a big increase. It's a big increase everywhere, but that's because we've been a fairy godmother for too long compared to the rest of New Zealand. Our current fare box recovery is 60 cents per trip versus a national average of, I think it was 187. So, you know, we are the second cheapest, Horizon Manawatu are 59 cents, 1 cent cheaper than us, but everywhere else in New Zealand is paying a much higher currently. So to get us back into line, it's going to be hard, and we acknowledge that, and maybe we have to think about going through a step change. You know, that's what I said at the last meeting. I think, unless it was the informal with my chairs meeting. I had a look at other regions, and they review their fares every year, and we haven't reviewed our fares for ages, you know, because it seemed to be too difficult. But that's the problem we've got, because we haven't reviewed, and we've got so far out of kilter. So suddenly it's a bit of pill, but you know, we have to face reality. If we want a public transport service that is where we have central government support for, we have to do something, and we have to be hard-nosed a little bit.
Chairman, at the end of the day, it will be a banner headline in the local paper that Rotorua is being bumped up to 65%, the same level of service. Now, I know you're operating under what are directives from Wellington, and I wish you all the best coming to Rotorua to sell it. All I would say is, look, Rotorua, folks, is now a marginalised community. It's like a big Murupara, and to hit that community with a 66% or 65% increase in public transport across the city is going to be a real hard sell. And I think you've got to look at, you made an offer as part of your preamble about a staged implementation or phased in implementation. Please do, you know. Sorry, I'm James. Sorry.
Yeah, so 2 points here. The real question is, that would address Conan's point, Councillor O'Brien, is that are you confident that the price elasticity considerations are such that that increase will be acceptable and we're not just turning people off using the buses? That's my first point. And secondly, which is to the chair's point, is that once we've got this structure set up, future fare reviews should be fairly straightforward in that we should just be able to change the top headline number and everything flows through. And so we could do it every year, and we could step it in, and you know, these should be very simple, quick discussions rather than, you know, putting everything in the mix again. So I think there's a benefit there, and if it has to be stepped in, then maybe that's the case. But I think the chair's right in that we've got to, you know, we've been given a big serve by government on this, and we've got to do better.
That's where the comms and communication strategy is going to be critical, absolutely critical.
So through you, Chair, just to respond to your second question there, Mayor Denyer, if and when this is put to the regional council, something that staff are going to recommend to the regional council is we change or update our policy on fares reviews, and that those happen annually. And when I say fares review, I don't mean looking at the structure itself, but as you quite rightly say, looking at that headline fare, and perhaps suggesting a metric that, unless the regional council signals otherwise, that fares would go up by CPI plus X% rounded to the nearest 10 cents, something like that. So, so that there is something there, and then every 12 months the regional council would be asked its position, and of course the regional council could delegate that discussion to the PTC if it wished.
Before I go to Councillor O'Brien, I note that NZTA are talking about a staged increase themselves through to 2026-7, and so does this mean, you know, is there a middle ground here where we could stage? That's where we want to get to, but give us 2 years to get there or something. I don't
So through you, Chair, yes, that is something staff can look into. However, looking at the indicative targets that are in front of us, especially those interim targets, that is encouraging us to need to go relatively quickly on this. Whilst we have 3 targets there over 3 years, I would draw your attention to the fact that we're 6 months through year 1. And our new ticketing system won't be launched until the current date is August next year, which will effectively be at the end of year 1. So then we will have 2 years left to make considerable ground. So yes, staff can consider a phased approach, but time unfortunately is not on our side on this one.
Agree to that. Councillor O'Brien and Councillor Shirley, and then Councillor Crowthers, Councillor whatever, Kevin. Oh, but Taylor as well. So O'Brien.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, again, sorry, just in response to your comments before, could I just finish off by saying, fully understand what you're saying. Yes, we need to be hard-nosed. Yes, we need to take a firm line and, try and balance the books as best we can. That would be more palatable if we hadn't started a brand new service like On Demand. And I wouldn't mind even so much if that On Demand was bay-wide, but when it's focused on one particular city, surprise, surprise, where, it makes it very unpalatable. Your comments, that undermines your comments. So personally, I'd be concentrating on our main bus service, which is going to be the biggest mover of public transport right around. And to be putting fees up when you're introducing new services like that, for me, it undermines what you're saying about being hard decisions. But thank you.
Okay, Councillor Shirley.
Thanks, Chairman. I sort of sense we're not being realistic here or appreciating the gravity of the situation. We have a very tough target to meet in a very short time period. And as all councils have a history of sort of time slips by and you're already behind sort of the trend. If we don't take this very seriously, the consequences, what NZTA rep has sort of spelled out to us, which I think is the only way government will look at it, is just an incredible debt spiral and a diminishing service on a massive scale to meet it, and a hopeless situation. And, it's very clear, we're planning to get to 19%, when our target in 2026, which isn't far away, is 26%. My concern is, we're planning to miss the target here, and yet we've got sort of nervousness and hesitancy and we can't do this, understandably. But look at through the right end of the telescope, we've got a very, very serious, grave situation because of generations of that sentiment of, oh, we can't put the fares up, we want to be the nice Father Christmas. And look where it's got us. Look where it's got us to. It's time to face reality. Simple as that. And we've got no choice here.
Let's hear from Tauranga City, Councillor Crowther.
Go into that for Rotorua, go on, Councillor.
Well, I was going to, but
Go into that. You owe me.
I guess my first, I've got 2 questions. One is, am I correct in understanding we're aiming for roughly 20 to 26%? And if we take that over the current 3-year period, our goal at the end of that 3 years is, in like-for-like comparison, is 33%. Is that what I understood you to say before?
Yes, that's correct. And to Councillor Shirley's point, the actual target when you do a like-for-like comparison is into the 30s. So there is, and I will add that this is a discussion document and it is in drafts, awaiting staff feedback on the challenges or realities of meeting this. But yes, the review here puts us, I think, between 19 and 24% is where we think that these new structures and pricing levels could get us. So yes, there's another 10% to find.
The other question, I guess when I look at the whole matrix and the zones and what we incentivise in terms of off-peak travel. I'm trying to understand where the costs lie as well, and the benefits. Like, in other words, to me, it's almost like we need another dimension when we've got this laid out. You've got a lot of data here, but if we move the dial on one thing, it could significantly alter something else. For instance, if I look at the off-peak discount, we potentially go backwards by another %. But I'm trying to look at this bigger picture of what it's actually doing. Is it going to move people away from higher fares? Is that why it's gone back? Because people will change the time they travel. And I guess for me, particularly with Rotorua, but even with Tauranga, most of the services are not full. So in the Auckland situation, there's a big demand for off-peak to try to, from the supply side, to try and get people, off-peak discounts, I should say, to get people out of those full buses and trains to some extent and onto off-peak. But here, I think there are 3 services, correct me if I'm wrong, but 3 that in Tauranga that can have that problem, but pretty much no other services across the bay have that issue. And I'm thinking we're doing ourselves out of another 1% by doing that. And I also note, by comparison, if we remove the senior discount, we're going to save $5,000. But the messaging, the impact on the seniors community will be significant. If it's not significant, Carol will come and let us know, won't you, Lyle? I kind of think, it's still a little bit blunt for me. I'm just trying to understand what is it that's actually that we're trying to do in terms of the cost side of it. Like, where are we trying to put fares to represent the true cost? And one final example is if you have Rotorua, if you had relatively quick travel on certain routes there on a half-hourly basis, is that reason to put the fare up or to put the fare down by comparison to Tauranga, where you have buses stuck in traffic for longer periods on longer routes because it's a more sprawling city, and I'm thinking, are we right to just have one zone for each of those cities? Because I'm trying to capture a lot in that, but I guess the question is, have we got that model fine-tuned enough for us to make an informed decision around it?
Through you, Chair, what's presented to you today is Staff's interpretation of the guidance we feel we've been given through 3 workshops. So that includes a standard fare across the region. That includes not doing a disaggregated zoning system within city limits. And that includes the suggested portfolio of concessions that are being offered on the network. To address your questions about cost, I think I've said a couple of times already, we acknowledge that it's the other side of the coin that hasn't been looked at yet. But our staff's recommendation here is, let's get the fare stuff sorted, and then we will turn our attention to an optimisation and efficiency review. We're concerned that trying to do all of that in one go will take a lengthy period of time, and during that time, we won't be making inroads in terms of fare box recovery.
Follow up through that, though, that my concern is that we're going to have some very expensive services that will get very low fare revenue, but we won't, we're a little bit blind to what we're doing with it, and then we might offer those same services off-peak concession price, which is a quarter of the fare, and it might shift some of those users who are paying the full fare to a quarter. It just seems a little bit of a worry to me that we're not looking at both sides of that equation at the same time.
So through you, Chair, to answer that question around people being encouraged to travel off-peak, there will undoubtedly be a small proportion of people that do have discretion about the time at which they travel and will take advantage through this structure of half-price fares off-peak. However, what we are forecasting is, through the introduction of the capping, that we will experience growth. We are not proposing to inject more cost into our operation to provide additional peak time capacity. So we do need to make sure that there is actually space to carry the additional demand that we're forecasting. The other thing that I would reflect on is the principles that we set out, that were agreed at the workshop when we commenced this work. And one of the things that people did want to see was continuation of that drive to get bums on seats. Quite a few of the initiatives do price people away from the network. So the thinking around the off-peak discount was you get back a similar level of demand so that you lose through the higher fares. So again, it was reflecting the direction that we got at those workshops.
So before I go to Councillor Couret, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Mees, Councillor Thurston, I'm going to give Gary Maloney the next crack. Because if we don't have good alignment with our NZTA partners, then we have nothing. So Gary, the floor is yours.
Kia ora, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just wanted to build off Councillor Crothers' comments around the senior concession. I just wonder if we're being a little inconsistent. At the moment, we're proposing to provide 100% concession for seniors in the afternoon peak, get scrapped for a senior concession in the morning. I know it's challenging, it's hard, but it just struck me that it might be a slight inconsistency.
Can you just elaborate a little bit more? I couldn't quite follow it either.
So basically, your Super Gold people that travel for free in the period between 3 and 6:30 that's the ineligible period for this Crown concession on Super Gold. You're funding them 100%. Yet you're proposing the same group, although we call them senior, they're identical basically in the morning peak where they have to pay under this proposal the adult fee. You're looking to get rid of their concession. I wonder if it might be better to and it's council's call obviously to retain the senior concession but remove the free afternoon peak travel and apply the concession there as well.
We don't do it.
Gary's saying
But we don't do it. We don't, in the morning peak, we don't have a concession. We do. So your comment on that?
Through you, Chair, staff have followed the direction that we received at the workshop. If the will of this committee is to do something different, then staff can incorporate that into the thinking. You'll see from the presentation that in terms of dollars, it has a relatively low impact, but we felt that at the workshop, the direction we were given was fairly clear.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Curry.
Oh, look, hang on, Chairman, if I may. This is a pretty significant point. And with all due respect to staff, to say, oh, that was the direction we got. We may have given in the wrong direction. You know, let's re-examine that now. What would be the rational position to do? You know, we may have inadvertently got it a wee bit wrong and not, because, you know, to point out that it's inconsistent. And it's pretty important that you make it as simple as consistent as possible. In view of the situation, to understand it now, what would be your recommendation? I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'll put you on the spot. Yeah.
Through you, Chair. So the thinking of staff when we proposed to remove that was that those that were eligible for community services cards, so to qualify for discounted travel at all times, would be able to, but therefore to, with the removal of the senior concession, reflect that those that need to travel at peak times should pay the full fare because that's when our services are the busiest. I'm perhaps struggling a bit with the inconsistency that Gary raises. Under the current system, we have a senior concession, so seniors can travel at a cheaper rate in the peak and free off peak and in the evenings, which is 100% funded by regional council. That's not covered by the funding that we get from the scheme. What we're proposing in what's in front of you is that there would be 100% free travel off peak, but in the peaks, seniors will pay full fare.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's inconsistent, but it is a significant shift from what is currently offered. I acknowledge that.
Apologies, that's not the case, because your seniors and your super gold are effectively the same people. And
They
so
are,
you're
yes.
funding them free between 3 o'clock and 6:30 every weekday.
Yes, that's the current position, and the proposed position is that they would pay full fare in the evening peak.
No, because you're retaining the super gold concession from 9 o'clock through to the end of the day.
No, we're not.
No,
No, we're retaining it from 9 o'clock.
so we're going back to
3
the
o'clock.
original old concept of Winston Peters around super gold. So people over 65 or whatever have free bus travel off peak.
Yes.
If you want to travel peak hour with people fighting to get to work, you pay. If you're elderly and retired or whatever, and you're over 65, you have free bus travel from 9 till 3, is it? Used to be.
Yeah.
I can buy into that.
Just go back to that one there. So if you look under concessions, it says use the national conditions for the Super Gold concession. So free travel between 9 and 3 and after 6:30. So that's what all the other PTAs are offering. We chose to have an additional senior concession.
And I don't think we should have.
No, we're proposing to get rid of the senior concession and to revert to the national conditions for a Super Gold.
That's my view.
So that's what staff have recommended, that we go back to the
Original old concept.
original old concept.
So I apologise, that's slightly different to what's in your agenda on page 61. So
in
yeah,
fact, we
apologies
don't-
for the confusion.
Yes, and you're correct, Gary, because that 61 it does not line up.
So in fact, we haven't got the consistency which we thought we might have had.
But that's exactly 63 overrides 61 because you read it second.
Yes, so just a point of clarification, and I do appreciate that this is confusing. So what's on page 61 is reflecting on what was presented to the workshop on the 24th of September, where staff were proposing to retain broadly the status quo. And then what is then later suggested in the report is the position that we landed at, so the recommendation to you, which is to revert to the national scheme. So, but I do acknowledge that the way it's presented has led us to confusion.
All right, councillor Correct.
Nice to have that
Do you
clear.
remember what?
Yeah, I'm just trying to recall that I was basically responding to councillor Thurston and for TCC to consider this community. And I can see merit in having a differential approach to Rotorua because of the different economic situations, incomes. And when you talk about price sensitivity, the impact of that will be greater in councillor Thurston's community. And so when we talk about councillor Shirley of meeting a target, you don't want to be on the way to meeting that target. If there's the price sensitivity, you're going to lose feathers off the arrow and you're going to miss it. So we need to take into account how many people will decide not to use the service and shift perhaps in councillor Thurston's community particularly, it would be those transport disadvantaged. So what option they've got, I don't know, but it certainly helps the situation. But, in a way it's unkind if they haven't got an option. In Tauranga, many people have got a car, so they've got an option. They think, the price is higher, I'll perhaps start using my car. But all this needs to be taken into account. And also when you talk about earlier about fear evasion, and in councillor Thurston's community, you might get a far greater fear evasion if the price gets too high. There's price sensitivity here, and so I appeal to take that sort of thinking into account when considering aligning Tauranga with Rotorua in terms of the different communities, and perhaps look at having a bit of a differential, because it's great to have a target in terms of an amount that will meet your budget, But in actual fact, and the reality of the situation, when the rubber hits the road, that you might not reach that target because the price is too high. But you've obviously thought of that and you've found a sweet spot. If you think that is the sweet spot, which will result in a better fare box recovery, that's great. But you know, a little bit more thinking. I think it's probably some merit to Councillor Thurston's design to perhaps look at this, and Councillor O'Brien, that was up there before, I certainly understand what you're saying. Well, that's my TCC view on the situation. I think here it's probably more palatable.
Just remember also though, that these are heavily targeted rates, public transport, and therefore if you, what you're asking by lowering the rate to the consumer in Rotorua is putting added burden on the ratepayer of Rotorua. So, you know, you're taking off what you're actually, you're disadvantaging your own people as well. So it's not straightforward.
What I said, if you're not going to reach that target, the burden will be on the ratepayer anyway. If the people don't start, you know, don't use the service, so either way, the ratepayer is going to pay. But yeah.
Councillor Taylor.
I largely concur with what Councillor Shirley has been saying. I think we need to look at the percentage, and we've been measuring a different thing, obviously, to what central government is now saying our private share needs to be calculated by. I think at the workshop I might have pointed that out, that I thought the targets were going to be higher than you were thinking, and that we were measuring from the wrong point. So I'd like us to start reporting on what the government sees as our measure going forward. Be quite good, I think, to align with that. And then the current thing at $3.70, do you know exactly what figure that's going to generate as far as our budget goes in relation to the government's measure of private share?
So through you, Chair, yes, I can confirm it is our intent, once consultation with NZTA has completed and everyone's agreed to the formula and some potential targets, that we will change our reporting to move away from the current fare box recovery ratio formula to the percentage of private share formula. So we will adopt that to allow council and allow this committee to see progress against a centrally set approach, or a new centrally set approach to this. There is a sizable model that sits behind this analysis that is elasticity driven. So yes, we do know the dollar and cents impact or forecast impact from these changes. So that's sort of summarised in a table that Nikki showed towards the front of the presentation. But yes, it does go down to a relatively macro level of detail. Was there something in particular, Councillor Taylor, that you were inquiring about?
Well, if I'm central government and it's $3.70 and you've got your model with all your background stuff, what is the percentage that we are currently going to get at $3.70? Is it 15? Is it 16? Is it 25?
In terms of fare box recovery?
Private share.
In terms of private share, so it would put us from our current position, which is about 7, up into the high teens, I think, low 20s. I do have that number calculated, but not directly in front of me. As I say, given this was only sent around at 4 o'clock yesterday.
So I guess the point I'm trying to make is, like, we've got a target that's been proposed. At $3.70, we're not going to get anywhere near it. We might get halfway.
So probably the easier way to explain this is from the other direction. So the goalposts haven't significantly moved. So we're still comparing apples with apples. It's just now that the agency wants us to compare oranges with oranges. So it's just a slightly different way of calculating things. But based on this table here, so in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see that the initiatives that we've proposed through this structure gets us somewhere between 19 to 26%. If you convert what's tabled in front of you to what that means using the old formula, The target in 26-27 is 34-35%. So to answer your question slightly differently, the best we could perhaps hope for from this is 26%. But that does leave us just shy of 10% short of the proposed targets that we received yesterday.
Jim, that's what that concerns me, is that 10% short. If under the oranges comparison, it's a 34% target, not a 26, as I understand it. And we're saying now that we hopefully get to sort of the 25, 26, leaving the 10 short. And we're saying that the operation efficiencies review is where we'll make that up. Well, that's the only other area where we can. My question is, how realistic is that, given the nature that it's contracted out? Every variation you introduce comes at a cost, you know, and it's private provision on those contracts. I understand the contracts are up for review is at 27. So any variation you want to do to drive up greater operating efficiency is going to be a variation. How realistic is it that we can make up that 10% from the operation and efficiency review?
Through you, Chair, we are under contract, so there's only so much we can take out. So effectively, we can take out roughly up to the value of the variations that we've put in since the start of the contract. But ultimately, there is a base contract cost, and a lot of this will be done through negotiation if it's the will of this committee and the regional council to go there. I guess the thing that I'd probably draw the committee's attention to is to what extent are we going to have to erode our service offering through that process. So we will need to be very targeted in terms of what's removed, because ultimately we'll be asking people to pay considerably more for a service where the level offered might be considerably less. So yes, to answer your question, Councillor Shirley, there is some stuff we can go at, but we haven't done any detailed analysis into perhaps the percentages that we're talking about. And I think part of the next 4 weeks in terms of liaising with the agency is talking about the art of the possible, in terms of what's realistic. Because at the end of the day, we've got to decide, you know, what's the maximum amount we could realistically ask people to pay to use our services, where we wouldn't see patronage completely drop off a cliff to the point where we would enter a spiral downwards.
Councillor Lees.
Sorry for asking a stupid question, but we don't have a community service card concession, do we? I've completely lost visibility of that.
We do, but it's a national concession, so the government pays for that concession.
So what I'm saying is that there is a concession for people that are in low socioeconomic circumstances, and that if that is the reason in Rotorua for reducing the fares, there is a concession that's available to provide some relief for people in Rotorua that are in constrained circumstances, just as there is in Tauranga. So the fact is, if you drop it, then you've got the people that are wealthy in Rotorua benefited.
Thank you, those.
Oh, Mr. Thurston. So that was what I was just trying to get to. I think that is a reason, that is a way of mitigating that issue in Rotorua. My other point is picking up on the issue that's been raised. Today we've just got this, and it has shown us that the challenge is significantly greater than we had hitherto understood. So what I'm asking is it realistic that we do the peer review once right at the very beginning, when we haven't had all of the information, and then just do a CPI adjustment year on year, or whether we look at it that this is part one of the part two step of peer review? This is what we're doing now. We don't want to go too hard, too fast, because we might completely decimate the use of our service. But think about, this is something that's reasonable, and I actually support what the staff have put up, that this is this is reasonable, we are moving to the market, we are listening to central government, but knowing that we will have time to potentially in another year or 18 months make another adjustment, which will help us get to reaching the real target once we've had a look at the operational reviews that we're going to be doing. Because in reality, the operational costs of providing a bus service are not going to go down unless we cut services. You're going to have the headwinds that are provided by inflation, by salaries and all of those things. So we might be able to make savings, but I suspect we make savings in the operational contracts through cutting services, and that risks us getting into this spiral. So I think we're being a little bit unrealistic if we think we're going to gain the other 10% by cutting operational costs. And I think the more realistic thing for us to do is say this is step one, and that we're going to have to look at a step two once we've sucked it and seen what the impact has been of this. Because we do have until 26, 27, and we will know after a year how far out we are from our target, and we can build into our program and into our discussions with the public. Actually, we risk losing our budget from central government, so we are going to have to move again. So that's just, maybe we just change our thinking slightly to a two-stage peer review process rather than a one-stage up front, and hope like hell we get there.
Thank you, Councillor Thurston.
I concur with everything that Councillor Nees has said, and Honourable Ken Shirley, and Oliver, full marks to you and the team for the work that's gone into this. I know we send you funny messages on occasions, but the magical figure in there appears to be 36% in the Western Bay and Eastern Bay and somewhere else. Honestly, 66%, that's all the media and the Rotorua Lakes Council and the community will focus on in Rotorua. So my plea is that it can be a staged approach in some form, and if you're fighting for consistency, move with the 36% across the various TLAs, and then take it from there in a staged approach, as Councillor Nees has said. But 66% is totally unpalatable up front in a community like Rotorua at the moment.
What about the minus 33% for the next two?
Oh,
Let's make it.
You want to move them up?
no,
I'm being
I
facetious.
know you are. But no, I
Councillor Crowd, we'll
cut me off in full flight.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'll ride to your defence. Have you considered Tauranga having, I guess, implementing what Tauranga City Council has described as the eastern city and the western city, and having a different zone, basically Harbour Bridge as far as public transport would go, and the other bridge, and actually having a lower zonal fare, but an equally high or higher two zone fare?
We did consider that, and I think that was briefly discussed at one of the early workshops. I can't recall whether it was the first workshop with the PTC or the workshop that we had with the regional council. That option was not progressed because the appetite was for simplicity. And therefore, we progressed options which effectively had a flat fare at a city level.
I guess it strikes me one of the benefits of public transport in Tauranga is to go through the Hewletts Road bus lanes or whatever they're going to become, T3 lanes, and also to sort of incentivise on some other routes to try and make it more attractive than like private vehicle. And I'm just looking at where the cost benefit is from a user point of view. And it just strikes me that there would be advantages from having those two zones. You could actually dial it back a tiny bit in Rotorua and Whakatane in terms of the fare, but you could actually have people in Tauranga paying a little bit more. But when you look at the opportunity costs and you look at the parking fees and you look at things like that, I think they have to go hand in hand so that there would be, to me, that would give them a more neutral impact of it and some benefits, because I think what worries me is we might tip too many people out of public transport and end up with even worse problems that cost even more, given that the whole, certainly in the Western Bay, the direction has been to have a public transport orientated connected centres approach to transport planning. And we're moving away from that in terms of infrastructure, we're moving away from that in terms of an upgrade in services. We're not even getting back to 20-minute service, which is a big difference with Rotorua, the 30-minute service. Here we've sort of almost got to 20, but not quite. And I worry that we're going to have an inequitable situation and one that's going to actually not deliver what the big strategic picture is, which is to live, learn, work, play in the eastern city and in the western city. It already doesn't work, but if we do this, it's just like another thing that is just basically going against the smart growth plan in this part of the bay to try to localise and incentivise localised travel by any mode.
Just ask what you'd suggest then would be a $5 trip between Papamoa and Tauranga City.
I mean, I've looked at Wellington, like say Petone to the city centre, or look at parts of Auckland from Panmure to New Lynn, and you look at try and get comparable distances. And if you go from Papamoa to Tariko, you're talking sort of comparable type journeys, and they often break it down into four zones, and Wellington, Christchurch has a number of zones. You guys will know more detail than I do, but I just wonder if it just strikes me that's where the problem is for a growing city, which presumably will just keep sprawling up past Tariko into Upper Belt Road. Before you know it, you're up Upper Belt Road all the way to Tumu, and we're setting up a structure that seems not quite comparable to Rotorua or Whakatane in terms of a fare zone.
Through you, Chair, anything's possible. And our new system does have the ability to have effectively an infinite number of zones within it if that's what we want to do. What I would say is as staff, we're facing two deadlines here. There's the deadline that's going to be confirmed around targets and how we go about meeting those. But there's also the deadline to prepare all of the information that needs to go to the national NTS team so they can start building all of the fares, tables and rules for our new system ready for testing as we move towards Easter next year. What you're suggesting would be a significant U-turn of the technical work done to date, but I do completely but I would like to state that is not the reason that we should bake in something if it's the view of this committee that it's the wrong direction to go in. But I would say that we've probably been going 8 weeks in the wrong direction if we now want to U-turn on our approach and move from a flat fare system to a zonal system. That is a relatively significant amount of work for staff to do to meet a deadline of December to get a draft of our fares structure, principles and tariffs to the NTS team. So yes, it's something we can do, but I wish you'd raised it 6 weeks ago.
So is a compromise sensible that we stick with this now, but look to a fine tuning of the zone structure for the following years from here, in other words, in 2026 for the start of 27.
So through you, Chair, I might be able to offer you a better compromise than that, actually. So the first deadline for staff is to get a draft of the fares and tariffs to the NTS team before Christmas. Although I think the final deadline for a for all of our confirmed tariffs, zones, fares, all of that stuff, concessions, isn't due until February, March time next year. So we do lose a bit of time for Christmas, but there is potentially some time to make some revisions. Although what we have been told by the NTS team is what we submit in December, they would like to be as close to the final as possible, because they will be running tests on the system to make sure that it works in the way that we want to. And that there is potentially the opportunity for us to make some tweaks in the new year. However, I don't think our first PC meeting is into March, and ultimately it would need to be resolved by the regional council.
I guess my thinking on it, just to be transparent, is that if we need to get more money, the best way to do that is probably in Tauranga. And within just the volume of numbers, and it's particularly probably on straight adult fares as opposed to concession fares. And when I tried to, from the data I've seen, track who goes where in the city, school kids is one issue. But out of all the others, it seems to me there's I'm reading a lot into this, but it just looked like there'd be a lot of people moving on certain routes, presumably for work. Really, I've seen some sort of time-related data on some of those routes from the eastern side of the city to the western side of the city. And it seems like there's big numbers in morning peaks and vice versa in afternoon peaks. And I'm thinking the best way to get the money would be to basically grab extra money from those people who potentially could pay for it because they're working presumably to travel at that time, and you would actually get, instead of getting $3.70, you get $5, which would significantly boost the amount of money coming in for that same trip, for the same distance, for the same cost. And you wouldn't have the sort of social and equity impacts that you would from trying to get more money from other users. And if someone was impacted by those trips and they weren't in paying work, they would have the possibility of getting a very cheap fare from the Community Connect and the off-peak discount under your model. So it wouldn't require the zones to change or even the amounts to change if you didn't want to. I think I was just proposing that for Rotorua, that if the one zone was dropped by 20 cents or something, you could potentially have less of an impact in Rotorua, but you'd more than make up for it from the Tauranga, the number of people who go across between the two sides of the city. And I think it would mirror the costs that people have when they weigh up. If they do have a choice to travel by car, that they would sort of be able to weigh that up and say, well, it's still, they're going a reasonable journey often compared to the people who are just going out to the local supermarket on a bus.
Through you, Chair, it's absolutely something we can look at. The one thing that I would draw to your attention is there is a well-researched sort of relationship between fare and changes in demand, but there's also a lot of research into what's called cross elasticities. So that's public transport costs, fuel costs, and parking costs, effectively the perceived costs of motoring. And the general rule is that you need to maintain roughly a 50% differential between the cost of the transport and the cost of parking. And your cost of parking doesn't change depending on how far you've driven. So $5 probably works, because I think the cheapest you can park in Tauranga CBD all day if you're going to work is $13, $12.50. But you are right on the point that the research says, the differential that you need to keep, because public transport isn't as convenient as driving at the moment with limited levels of PT priority. So you are at that point where people are having to make a conscious decision of whether they use public transport or whether they jump in the car and pay to park. So that's the only thing that I would add, is that don't underestimate the implications of paid parking, the levels it's set, but also the significant number of centres in Tauranga that don't currently have paid parking. Therefore, we are, as people perceive, always going to be more expensive than the option where you drive yourself.
We'll listen to Councillor Thompson.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I absolutely support a staged approach, but my question is to Councillor Crowther. Glenn, can you extrapolate or expand on your comments around we are departing from UFTI, whatever you want to call it? Would you mind further explaining that comment, please?
My understanding, as explained to me, was that the connected centres model is to have multiple sort of centres, and I know that Tauranga City Council Chief Executive described it as 3 city centres, for want of a better description, and to try to localise travel on all modes around there, and to have a corridor that was running between Tariko, city centre Mount, and then through to Tumu. And I guess I sort of see that's a long way to go, you know, if you're starting at Upper Bell Grove or somewhere. So I saw there should be some incentivising of having localised facilities if you're going to deliver that model, because otherwise it won't. I don't think it'll work. It'll just be people will arrive in Tauranga and will work wherever they want to work and live wherever they want to work, and just be absolute chaos unless there is significant financial incentives somewhere in the model. And part of that was to fund, according to the people who developed UFTI, was to fund better public transport services with pricing to reflect the cost of those, and the cost of travel and moving across the city had a cost to people because of congestion that it causes. And so I guess I was just thinking, it did seem there's grounds to sort of put in place incentives to get on public transport, firstly to invest in it, and secondly to put a pricing point at those pinch points, such as the bridge. I guess that's where I was sort of going with it. But I guess the problem is at this stage, I think we are in grave danger of going in the opposite direction, where we're not going to have any disincentives to travel by car other than just worse and worse congestion, but we won't be able to have the funding to put in place the solutions, because we're just talking about status. All of this is just massive price increases with status quo public transport.
Thank you.
Through you, Chair, just in a question, I guess, from staff, and I think something that we would quite like some clarity around. There are lots of different ways that you can interpret UFTI and the direction of UFTI. And perhaps the direction that we had interpreted and have projected for the workshops is that UFTI recognises that people like to live, work, play in different ways in Tauranga, and our high number of centres allows people to live, work and play however they feel. And therefore the flat fare structure allows people to travel without penalty between the various connected centres to enable them to live, work and play however they want. But your interpretation of that is somewhat different and has significant ramifications for perhaps the logic that underpins the flat fares that we've assumed. So I think it would be very helpful for staff if we could get a consistent understanding of what we're trying to achieve in terms of delivering upon the direction signalled by UFTI.
I strongly support that, and I think it's the single biggest issue as an elected member too, that we have not so far had that discussion at Tauranga City Council, and I don't think there is any clarity, let alone in our wider community, which has had absolutely no consultation on any of this. So I think personally that needs to come first, then we figure out what the heck we meant by UFTI, and then we actually deliver what the community wants us to deliver.
That's fine, but in the meantime, we've got an urgency to actually address this letter from NZTA, which is part of what we're trying to solve. And what I've come out of the whole thing is that there seems to be a consensus for a staged approach, and because of the time constraints, the current zoning proposal that you're proposing sounds sensible, but maybe in 4 months' time we could look at a fine tune on that. I don't know. Is that, am I on the right line there, or?
That is certainly one option that we could move forwards with. And that would be the closest to what's presented to you today in terms of the recommended way forward from staff. But I would add to, if we did want to deviate and explore Councillor Crowther's suggestion, that is something we could do, but would require a significant amount of staff time between now and March to understand the logistics and ramifications of
I'm
that.
talking about that being the second stage, not the year's start. I don't think there's time to do it right now, that's all.
Yeah, through you, Chair, I think to allow that technical work to be undertaken and understood, given that you are going to be drawing boundaries within a city, then 12 months is probably sensible to allow that to be fully understood.
Mr. Chair, if I
Apologies. I was just going to get some clarification for staff with respect to the percentage for Rotorua. So I just wanted some clear direction. Did the committee want to resolve that we wanted to perhaps bring that down in line with the other major centres, or are we happy with 65%? I just wasn't sure where we landed with that, so just want to get that clarity before we move forward.
Well, to me, you could hang your hat on parity by doing that. But I'm guided by Councillor Cronin, and it's a shame we haven't got Mayor Tapsell with us here today, but Councillor Cronin, you might. So, Councillor Cronin's long gone.
Yeah, I was
Oh my
wondering.
God, where did he come from?
It goes to the
I mean, Councillor Cronin, but you may have a view from RLC, but you know, if we're going for parity, I could live with the 36% as a start.
Mr. Chairman, my suggestion was going to be that if you do half of that rise in 6 months and 6 months to get the full to parity, but phase it over a relatively short time, so I'm conscious of what Ken and others were saying. We can't mess around with this too long. But then you solve that issue of the headline number. You know, you've got half 65% on the full 65%. But also come back to Councillor Crowther's comments. There's some interesting options there. Having done a quite substantial fair review now, the idea is that going forward it's a straightforward headline change, and revisit the whole zoning structure again in a year's time just seems like a huge amount of rework to me. But
No, what I was suggesting is retaining what we've got here in the overall zoning, but actually looking at changing the Tauranga situation only because that's where the bulk of the travel is in public transport. Councillor.
The difference, I might have this wrong, but the difference in the fee structure in Rotorua was started initially from a different sort of a contract that we used to have over there, where it was one was net and one was gross, and as a result, the fee structure started low. And I'm going to make this very unpopular with Rotorua, but I actually believe we need to start with a fare that's comparable, because the contracts are all going to be the same sort of contracts. So that's just my position. I know 65% sounds like a lot, but in fact it's only $1.50. And there is the community concession that is available for those that truly cannot afford $1.50 increase. So I'm with sticking with the current fee structure.
Councillor, this is where I say the narrative and the message that the chairman's going to take out is going to be critical as to how you sell this concept across the region. It's going to be critical. I know you're saying you're working under directors from Wellington, so I hope you really labour that point.
Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For you, I have no problem with a greater fee synchronisation, particularly say with Tauranga, for example. And I think there's something like, is it 50-cent differential in the current? I would have no problem if we were both at $3. But the problem for me is when you come into, if we present this as is to the Rotorua public, there'll be a lot of people turning around. Out of our 12 routes, the vast majority, only 2 of them are of particular length, which would be the northeast out to the airport, which is only once every second trip. Only 1 out of 2 actually goes out that far to the airport. And then the other one would be Nongataha, out of the other 10 routes, at least 9, if not all 10, would be very less than probably 10 Ks. Now, when you factor that in and say, well, $3.70, there's going to be a lot of people looking at this and saying, well, okay, so why am I paying that compared to someone paying Whakatane to Ohope the same price, which is probably an easy double that time. Kawerau to Whakatane, what was that, sorry, in Ks? Would it be 25, somewhere in that vicinity? From that sort of point of view, there's going to be a lot of people saying, this doesn't make sense. And trying to just say, well, we're just trying to regionalise it, that's not going to go over so well, because people are not going to understand in terms of the actual costs appreciated. We're not being able to, from what I've been able to see so far, we're not demonstrating why that cost is so necessary for us in particular. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So we need, you need clear direction on this, don't you?
So you at the end of your slides, Nikki, or are there any slides to go?
I'm nearly at the end. You want me to continue or to come back?
It's finished.
Yeah. So the other area that we had direction on was the child discounts and family passes, and we were tasked with considering how a discount for families might be provided under NTS. And the question, once again, Councillor Denise, is that we can offer different fare caps for different demographics, which requires a concession to exist for each demographic, or the other option is to create a one-off family pass product. So that would be like almost like a day pass, I suppose, for a family, which is separate from Multimove per se. Multi-child discounts not currently possible, so each child would have to apply individually for a concession. And just to reinforce Ollie's point on fares and pricing reviews, we're actually obliged through NZTA's guidelines to include a fares and pricing policy in the RPTP, which specifies the method for setting and reviewing fares, with fare pricing reviews occurring annually and fare structure reviews at least every 6 years. So we will be recommending to Regional Council that fare levels are reviewed every year, as Ollie mentioned, and the structures at least 6 yearly. Well, that is once we get beyond the current 3-year period, where obviously we have to have the flexibility to make some more changes in this staged approach. As I said there. Just a quick snapshot of community engagement. There was a tabled report. It's really just an interim summary of where we're at and the sort of feedback we're getting. It's looking like fare capping is actually quite positively received, off-peak discounts also, quite naturally, a little bit of pushback on children's fares, but we will keep reporting on this.
I was just going to say that I'm quite favour the idea of a family pass. Just thinking from, if you go from Katikati to Tauranga, families out, that's $8 each, each four times 8, 32, each, $64 for a return. That's clearly not advantageous compared to a car and would be an expensive day out for someone who doesn't have a car. So I think there's possibilities around there for some sort of family discount there, and I assume it can be done more simply than some of the other suggestions, which the last thing you want is to overcomplicate the product.
Yeah, through you, Chair. I think it's something that we could consider introducing to complement a core structure. I think the point that Nikki's making is we explored it and to the extent to which it could support the multiple children attending the same school. Given that that pass would have to be sold on a daily basis, it's probably not going to be particularly useful for that particular type of trip. I think you raise a really good point, Denia, around a group of people or a family travelling and the prohibitive cost once you've got multiple people. We see that as perhaps something more discretionary that we could look at introducing at a later date, but not being a core offering of the structure and the principles that we're putting in front of you today.
just ask for clarification of that comment? You say that it would have to be bought on a daily basis. And if we're not accepting cash, how do they do that? And if they're using a card, do they have to go in and load the card the night before or with a day?
So you would, you'd board the bus and you would say to the driver, oh, we're travelling as a group of 4, and you would be sold a product to cover the group of you. If that was a product we decided to make. Whereas if you, the reason why we're saying that perhaps wouldn't solve the challenge with school kids is every morning the kids would have to present themselves to the driver, explain the situation, and then push the button. So it ends up being quite burdensome on the driver, and perhaps won't achieve what you sent us away to investigate.
This timeline we've visited before at the last workshop. So we have NTS go live in August, and we're trying to get our fare structures in place through NTS between December and August. And we're looking at school fares taking effect in February 2026. Just to close off on Councillor van Dalson's previous query around changing the timeframes, the risks of bringing forward the implementation would be shortened engagement and education period, which would be likely to affect community acceptance, confusion of too much happening at once, more to move, new concessions and new fares, a mid-year rollout, harder to work in with schools, and probably most importantly, the likely requirement for interim ticketing measure for school buses, because our school buses may not be up to speed with the technology, so it may just be like a paper ticket fare in the short term. The benefit, obviously, which we've discussed a lot today, the earlier revenue recovery helps meet private share targets. Last slide. So these are the recommendations we started with. Do we want to go back to the discussion on Rotorua, or?
I'm open to suggestions.
So through you, Chair, the recommendations as they stand are to recommend the fare structure and assumptions, and the assumptions being that the pricing levels within this paper are passed to Regional Council for consideration of potential endorsements. If you would like anything different, we'll need to have a proposed change to the recommendations made.
Can before we just do that, looking at the go live date for school fee change of 2026 February, what's the impact of delaying that for 6 months? It might be the practical way, but what's the cost to us from a fare box recovery, or whatever you call it, this new word in this position?
Are you talking about instead of going mid-year 2025?
Yes,
push it back to-
they're suggesting it's 2026 February, but that's over a year away from any change. So when we're told here that we've got urgency, it just seems long. But does it? What I'm trying to gauge is what is the, how much difference will that make from a fare box recovery point of view by delaying it for a further 6 months?
Through you, Chair, if you take boarding numbers for the Tauranga school hopper network, so we carry 200,000 children a quarter. So if you assume that they're all paying fare, so that's we're getting off 500,000 trips. You will lose some of that demand when you increase the fare, when you introduce the fare, but you're probably looking high hundreds of thousands, maybe $1 million.
So if we wanted to bring it in the middle of 2025, it would have to come in at the beginning of the third term.
So NTS launches by indicated for August. So you'd link it to the most suitable data around there. I guess at this point, as Nikki said, we're not 100% sure exactly where the technology will be at that point in time. It's something that staff can do some more work into and work closely with the national NTS team to understand the art of the possible. I guess we are taking a cautious approach in terms of recommending February for the reasons that Nikki set out on the following slide.
Councillor Thurston.
So Chairman, you're looking for a further recommendation.
Well,
We've got 1 to 3 here, but the tricky one here is that we're today recommending that the regional council adopts the recommended fare system at its 11th December 2024 meeting. But what I'd like to propose is that we ask staff to go away and bring back various scenarios and options to lift Rotorua's level of parity up on a staged process to be advised by staff or recommended by staff. As an option model.
So through you, Chair, I suppose the committee's got two options. You could either include that as a recommendation and then staff to present the outcome of that work to the regional council for consideration there, or you could request that staff come back to this forum with options before you then recommend it on to the regional council.
Well, you said the next meeting is not until early in March 2025.
Yeah, so I would be asking for, in that situation, your discretion that staff put forward the option as it sits to the NTS project team to have tested. We will flag that we will likely be making some updates to whatever we provide to them in December and make it very clear that what's provided to them in December has not been approved by the regional council.
So what your wording is to have a two-stage for Rotorua to be.
I'd like the staff to be a bit creative and look at various options. I think it's unfair to put them on the spot today, but for them to go away and look at various options as to how Rotorua can be lifted up to being in parity with the rest of the region.
Is that realistic?
I guess my question would be, do you want staff to consider that and bring that thinking to the December meeting of the regional council, or would you like staff to bring that thinking back in front of this committee next year?
Well, I put it back to you. What's the degree of urgency coming your way from Wellington? Like, what pressure are they putting on you for an answer?
I don't think we can wait. I think we've got to move this so that you've got certainty in December. But I'm wondering if there's the caveat that you could, do a two-stage approach to Rotorua's increase rather than a one-stage. But for the rest of it, do it as a one-stage. Is that feasible? That's all.
I've heard all the arguments, and I totally agree with what you're saying, and the staff are saying, and Ken Shirley's saying. But I just think all I can see is a blaring 66% big black headline, Japanese attack Pearl Harbor in the Rotorua Daily Post, That's all you're going to see, 66%. And what are we giving for it? Same service. But as I say, I'm sorry Mayor Tapsell's not here, and Councillor O'Brien, jump in here to help us out.
Good job, Lyle.
Sorry, Chairman, for you, I agree with everything that Councillor Thurston said. Again, it's just a problem for us about, it's not how we're going to justify the cost. It's not, the increase. We can't just say it's costs because that's not clear across the board because some people are getting substantial discounts. It's all around the regionalisation and the rationalisation of the fee structure when, as I say, people are going to be looking at this and saying, but my trip's less than 6 or 7 Ks. And I'm looking at some of these other trips on here, which if you compare cost per pay and, cost per distance travelled, we're getting absolutely snowballed. And I hear everything that Councillor Neese said previously, and I'd be quite happy if there was a fee synchronisation between, say, us and the Tauranga one. If we were talking something in the lines of $3 or just over, okay, I think we could probably talk about that. That's fine. But what you're asking here is just unreasonable, and it's actually, in my point of view, unjustifiable to the public. Thank you.
So, Chairman, as a way forward, would you or the committee be agreeable to myself, yourself, and who wish it, the Mayor, Councillor, and Councillor O'Brien, be given delegated authority to make an appropriate solution for Rotorua, taking on board all the arguments we've heard today for the 11th of December council meeting, since we've got that urgency on us?
I totally disagree with that approach. This is a regional decision, not a Tauranga City Council decision.
My suggestion, this sounds like we've got a good fare structure. This is a political decision about fare increases, and I think that's probably, it can go straight to regional council where you've got the appropriate Rotorua regional councillor representation, and they can discuss it with their colleagues from elsewhere in the region. So I'm happy that just goes, this aspect goes straight to regional council.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I've got a question for Gary. I've just been actually looking at the Otago Regional Council Utu page for fares and thinking there might be some Utu from Rotorua if we're not careful. The formula from NZTA to determine the Bay of Plenty share, is that part of a nationwide formula, Gary, that's related to population or to other demographic considerations? I'm seeing like a macrocosm kind of thing here, that we've got Auckland presumably picking up more of the fare burden to get that average up to 40%. We're at around the, what is it, 33, 34. Presumably other areas, you know, will have to be higher than the national average to get that. So do we have to replicate that in the Bay based on any formula in the future?
Gary, would you like to respond?
Yeah,
You've got
through you,
quite a bit
Mr.
of background noise in your, Gary.
My apologies, I don't know what's going on there. Let's try that. So, Councillor Crowther's right that Auckland will carry a big chunk of the national increase. The reason that we've only given you a table that's got a Bay of Plenty target is that we're working with each council to agree region-specific targets. We're not going, well, here's an approach for medium-sized regions, here's an approach for small regions. It picks up on some of the historic things in terms of what you've been able to achieve in the past, but it also looks at some of the metrics that are in the discussion document that I appreciate staff probably haven't had much of an opportunity to look at. The targets are proposed. We will have discussions between staff in terms of, you know, we've done a pitch based on our best information. Where's the considered case from each council in terms of what works, what doesn't work? So, for example, you know, the target for Otago is different. Their target for Waikato is different.
So you've got it. That's the one for. Yeah, that's right. So just for this. Yes, you know, just
Chairman, can I move a 5-minute adjournment to allow the staff to get into a huddle?
Yeah, I think that's sensible, actually.
Happy to move.
Yeah, thank you. Second, all in favour, it's aye.
Aye.
Gary? Have a couple minutes. Okay, we're back in session. That was a long 5 minutes. Right, if you, Claudia would put up the resolution proposed.
So through you, Chair, what staff are suggesting here is the resolutions as they stood. However, we change resolution number 2 to exclude Rotorua from the adult base fare. And then we introduce part 3, which is direct staff to provide options for Rotorua's adult fare increases to occur in a staged approach, with information to be provided for consideration by the regional council. So effectively, staff will develop 2 options, one option being broadly what's in the paper in front, another option where there's a staged approach for regional council to debate at its meeting on the 11th of December.
Are you happy to second that if I put it up, or you want to move it?
Bring it on.
Bring it on.
I'll second that.
You'll second, I'll move it. Any discussion on the resolution? Councillor Crowther.
Not a commentary on the amended wording, but I'm struggling to support the resolution because for me, what we've learned today is that it's not going to add up if we don't extract more money from people using public transport in this region. And as I said earlier, I can't see that happening unless we get more people from the most likely source, which is Tauranga bus users. And so without getting the 2-zone payments from a significant number of people who travel a longer distance in Tauranga, I don't think we're going to get anywhere near the desired fare revenue or private share. So for me, even though it would be a huge issue for the staff, and I'm well aware of the massive amount of time they've put in, the implications of it, I just think if we're doing this properly, my own view is that we need to have another think about it, because I think we're going to set it up for failure on both counts. I think we're going to drive people off buses in significant numbers through removing free fares for kids, which we saw what happened when we implemented it. I think we're going to have, depending on what happens with Rotorua, we're going to have negative impacts there, and we're still not going to get anywhere near our target. And I know it's almost a hopeless situation that we're in my view, that I don't think we can get where the government wants us to. But I think we could actually do it better and fairer if we went back a little bit, an extra step, not to change the zones, but to change a zone boundary out of that 5-zone structure.
So what are you suggesting? Are you wanting to?
I'm still suggesting that people in Tauranga need to start paying more if they're travelling a long way, because I don't think there's any other way in my little mind that I can see that the numbers will get anywhere close without putting a boundary in the middle of Tauranga to try and get the $5 captured. Because I presume, unless the maths escapes me, I presume that that will have a big impact on revenue. Because when I look at everything else, the only other thing that is hugely significant is the child peak fares, and everything else won't get us anywhere near it.
So it's really not of value coming to the table with that I'm against, unless you've got, unless you want to make a recommended change.
Okay, well, I mean, my proposed amendment would be to retain the proposed structure to weigh up the 1-zone fare in the Rotorua context, but to put the boundary between, I don't know which zones it is, like between zone 1 and 2 and put a zone boundary in the middle of Tauranga, between Tauranga East and Tauranga West.
I seek clarification, would that include, I see some merit in that, but does that affect other people? So if you're coming out from, Omokura, Kalikati, are you adding an extra zone change, which would be hugely expensive?
I guess, I'm happy to address that. I don't want to get too detailed without seeing more information, but my guess would be that you could actually have Omokura and Tauranga West and potentially even Katikati and Waihi Beach all within one zone. And it would still work out much better, and you could have Te Puke in the same zone potentially as Papamoa and the Mount and so on. Because I think the sheer numbers, when I look at the trips going on each of those, I think the Katikati Omokura services, Waihi Beach, they're totally insignificant in terms of numbers. Te Puke is a bit more significant, but still in the context, not that significant. I think to capture more fares from people who are travelling on some of those buses that go across the bridge, as much as I don't like it, it's not something I want to do, but I can't see any other way but to grab $5 fare from those people, because otherwise I just can't see the numbers getting anywhere near close.
So through the chair, staff with urgency can seek some advice from the NTS team as to how late in the process we can make potentially significant changes to the structure that we're proposing. I think that will then provide some clarity as to whether we can explore these options as we move into the new year, or whether the door is going to close on significant structural changes, which I would add this is significant to what we are proposing. I can say with certainty that there isn't the time or the bandwidth to do the analysis this side of Christmas. So from a staff perspective, this would go into the new year. So we'll need to make sure that we have the flexibility to do that. I'd also need to expedite some clarity from the committee in terms of exactly what you are instructing staff to explore, given that this will need to be as targeted and focused as possible. If it is the will of the whole committee that staff go away and explore this, we don't have the time or the resources to explore a large number of options in relation to this, given that it is coming to us at very much the 11th hour in the process.
All right, so you're proposing this amendment, Councillor Crowley?
Yes, I am. And maybe rather than an additional zonal boundary, just a zonal boundary, because to pick up Mayor Denya's point, I think it wouldn't be to add in a zone, it would be to try to reconfigure the zones so that a zone goes where more people will cross the zone and pay more money, basically. That's bottom line.
So through you, Chair, and just to my point around clear direction, as in terms of what we model, where that boundary goes is very important from the modelling of revenue recovery, but also probably from the political angle of this as well. So if you put it across the Harbour Bridge, you're putting both Papamoa and Mount Maunganui in a second zone. Mount to Tauranga is not a particularly long trip, but that would have, if you put it further up Hewletts Road, then Mount would be in, Papamoa would be out. So I think staff would like some direction as to exactly.
That's what I'm proposing, to be very clear. And I'm aware there's huge downsides and inequities in the amendment as well. But I guess I'm trying to look at the lesser of the evils and try to look at where we can get money that overall, based on what I've seen of the patronage, would get significant revenue increase and would probably just be the best option out of the poor options we've got on the table.
And through you, Chair, please do tell me to stop talking if I'm speaking out of turn. Just sort of perhaps second guessing some of the debate that might happen at a further meeting. If we had a linear boundary, that would mean that someone could travel, let's say, from development areas out at Tauriko to the CBD cheaper than someone could travel from Mount Maunganui to the CBD. Are we saying that's not going to be a point of contention?
No, I'm saying it's a huge point of contention, but having looked at other cities around New Zealand and around the world, that is a point of contention there at times. I mean, I'm very open to other solutions. I guess what I'm suggesting is I couldn't support the current option. I don't feel we've got the right answer there to get anywhere near where we need to get to go. And if we're trying to do a significant decision now, it could potentially lock things in for the future. I don't think we're at the right place to do that.
Through you, Chair, if you were going to instruct staff to look at something as a committee, would a more equitable option not be to do something similar to what happens in Hamilton, where they have a central city zone? So in Tauranga, that could cover the Te Papa Peninsula, maybe as far as 15th Avenue, say, and then you step up for anyone going outside of that central zone.
I'm open to that, but the reason I suggested the other was simply for a matter of convenience to having to make a quick decision. I couldn't see a way of doing a two-zone system that you're proposing, which I agree would be better. I couldn't see a way of doing that within the time frame. So it was, like I say, it was the lesser of the evils, thinking if we have to do something quickly, I can't see any other option that would get it done quickly.
So through you, Chair, from a technical perspective, there is both as time lose each other. We have to effectively split up the demands that's currently aggregated into Tauranga. So how we split that up is neither by
I believe that we do have to make a decision and that we shouldn't be developing new things on the hook. This is something that's really significant and would impact on the whole of the network. If you're adding in a zone so that you've got people up in Waihi Beach that would actually be going through 5 zones to get to the other side of Tauranga, 6 zones even. So I think this is a stage 2 consideration. It's not something we should try and rush through and get agreement on now. It's really policy on the hoof, and I just don't think that's good practice.
So from a governance standing orders, this has been moved by Councillor Crowther as an amendment. We can't discuss it actually until we've got a seconder. Do we have a seconder?
I'll second the pro forma.
So we can discuss it, so it's still open for discussion. I can't remember I didn't see who put their hand up first, but no, I know who you are. We'll let you go first.
Thank you. I'm going to vote against the amendment. I feel for such a huge impact on the whole subject, and even the mover has said that there are a lot of fish hooks even with his amendment. I think it'd be very unwise to proceed with the amendment, and I think we should move the original motion and defeat the amendment to give the staff time to work through the implications, of which there are going to be many. And as Councillor Nees said, we need to move this and let the amendment be a stage 2 along with other amendments that will come up too. So I'll be voting no for the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor.
I'll also be voting no. Completely disagree with Green's rationale. We're penalising a group of people at random almost by the look of it. We had a workshop a couple of weeks ago. That was probably the opportunity to discuss this.
Councillor Nees.
I also will be voting against it, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Thurston.
I'll be voting again. I only put it on the table
Well,
pro forma to get a discussion, so I'll be voting against. It's too draconian at this late stage.
Okay, if we've heard the arguments for and against, I intend to put the amendment to the motion that to retain the proposed structure and include a zonal boundary between Tauranga east and west. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Overwhelmingly lost. So we revert to the former resolution as stated on the screen. It's been moved and seconded. Discussion.
I have a problem with this because I don't agree with 2 and 3. So, do I move an amendment and go back to the original recommendation and we vote that and then decide whether to vote on this? Because I actually support what staff provided us, and I think the other considerations, the consideration of the Rotorua adult fare pales into significance when you look at the fact that youth are going to be paying a fare. And I think that the comments around Rotorua is going to be up in arms over that particular aspect and nothing to what's going to happen across the rest of the region with our fare. So I don't support that proposal. But if I vote against that, does that mean I'm voting against everything else? Because we had a recommendation and somebody's changed it. So I actually want to go with the original recommendation. So do I move an amendment?
So this motion has been moved, you can move a further amendment.
I move an amendment that we actually go back to the original recommendation put up by staff.
And I'll second that wholeheartedly.
So now we have an amendment that reverts to the original. Is that where we stand? So that's up for discussion.
So point of clarification, so that effectively says that Rotorua one foul swoop goes up as staff recommended.
Yeah, as the staff recommended, yeah, that's what she's putting up.
And hardships covered by the community service code.
Yeah.
Is there any discussion on that? I'll put that amendment to go back to the original motion as it stood. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against?
No,
No, 2 noes. How many noes? 3 noes.
Just state the name for the live stream, please.
State your name for the live stream.
Thurston Rotorua.
Yeah, these are the noes, and the third one was O'Brien Rotorua. All those in favour? Shirley, Nees, Von Dardelson, Taylor, Crowder. What's your name? Campbell. Yes. That's all we've got. Anyone else want to have 2 votes? So we now review.
Is it too late to call for a division or you?
think-
That is, you will print the names?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And Paula, what's Paula doing?
Oh, Paula.
Yeah, I'm going to vote against the amendment.
Seven for the amendment, 4 against. So the amendment now becomes the motion. Need any further discussion? So I'll put the motion. It's what? It's been carried.
Amendment, which is the original motion, has been carried.
Okay, so we don't have to vote again. Okay? Councillor Thompson.
Sorry, just to clarify, so we had a change to the staff recommendation, which was moved and seconded. Then we had an amendment which failed. Then we had another amendment which reverted us back to the original motion, which we just held a division and it passed. Therefore, the amendment by councillor Nees has passed.
Councillor Thompson, did you want to work your hand up?
No,
Okay.
sorry.
All right, look, that 20-minute discussion only took a little while. it's on our time order. Thank you for that. I mean, these are big, very essentially, and we go through forward to the real anyway. But thank you for your.
Mr. Chair, point of order, I'm not getting it. So we voted, there was an amendment and that wasn't passed. Now it becomes a suspended motion, which we've got.
Which was the original motion.
Yeah, which we've now got to vote on.
No, we did. No.
Oh, no, I agree, it should be better on separately.
Oh, no, I agree, you know, I support this fares review. I'm not actually had the opportunity to vote for the fares review. All I voted on is whether voters got this special.
Sorry, to confirm, the impression I got was that the amendment put by councillor Nees was the staff recommendation, which included the entire fares review. So it's the original wording that was in your agenda. But as we had a change recommendation, which was moved and seconded, it now becomes an amendment. And so the original wording from the agenda was the amendment which had been put and passed. But happy to have another vote to confirm.
I think we should, because it became an amendment, even though it was reverting back to the original, it was an amendment. And then so that is a substantive motion now. The original is the substantive, and we'll put it to the vote again. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against?
No.
Carried. No. Okay, 2 noes. Do you want your vote recorded?
Councillor O'Brien too, I think. Councillor O'Brien's a no to, yes, he's a no to Claudia.
Do any of you want your vote recorded?
Oh, forget it.
Councillor O'Brien, do you want yours recorded? Yes, he does. Okay. Councillor Thompson?
No.
Yes or no to record it?
No.
Okay, thank you. So just right, we move on to page 69 in your agenda, the Tauranga South on-demand trial.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try and be a little bit quicker than the last item. So I think you've got some slides there, don't you? Yeah, I'll just wait for those to pop up. But essentially, this is a two-stage presentation in that we look at the performance monitoring report for the first 6 months of the trial. And then secondly, we look at some information to support a decision around increasing fares on the trial service for the last 6 months of the trial. So just jumping into the performance monitoring report, I know that this has been developed in-house, so feel free to provide feedback to staff on how we might improve this report for the next 2 iterations. The purpose of the performance monitoring report is to inform and understand of the efficacy of this on-demand service, and particularly its ability to recover costs and move people. It's the first of 3, with the next 2 to be provided in March and September respectively. There's some key facts there which I won't delve into too much. I think everyone is well versed on what the service provides. Probably one thing I'll point out is the aim of the trial was to be to understand how the service could complement and or replace a fixed PT and increase patronage. These are some of the key metrics which were included in the performance report. So it had almost 20,000 ridership up to the 30th of September. The customer satisfaction is high, with 93% of customers given it a 5-star rating on completion of their ride. There's a 47% utilisation of the service, so that's the time in which we have passengers on board. From a financial perspective, we have a slight variance for operating expenditure and operating revenue. And fare recovery is forecast to be about 4.7% for the current financial year, so that's through to the end of June, or the 1st of June. If we look at the Route 51 service, which was the service that was replaced because it ran wholly within the on-demand geographic area, the on-demand has a 536% higher percentage in patronage. So that's a really amazing figure. I just wanted to lean into that a little bit. However, the annualized costs, you'll see there's a difference there in per passenger cost of around $2.80. And that's largely borne about due to the cost of those contracts. So you can see the on-demand contracts just over $1 million comparative to 150K on a per annum basis. Feel free to ask questions as I go.
Can you ask a question, sorry, about that? And that is currently the fuel or the power for the services is sponsored by Mercury. So comparing apples with apples, would that sponsorship continue if the service continued? Because comparing it with Route 51, when Route 51 included all the fuel for the buses, and this one doesn't include any power for the on-demand, there will be a different comparison and cost between the two, wouldn't it?
That's right. So any sponsorship beyond the trial would need to be negotiated or agreed at that point. But you're correct in that those figures don't include the sponsorship funding.
And are you including the sponsorship as part of the private share? So it is income, technically.
That's a good question. There are some sensitivities around the amount that was provided by the sponsorship company, so I'm not able to provide those figures in the public forum, but it's something I could look into and come back to you on.
Okay, so I think it's important to recognise we're not actually comparing apples with apples there.
Good point.
And my other question is the other thing that I got confused about, when we talk about utilisation of 47%, the nature of the services that the service goes to pick up someone, probably goes there empty and picks up somebody and then takes them to where they want to go, and then it goes back to base. So you wouldn't expect anything different to a roughly 50-50 utilisation, would you? Or is the utilisation the time that we have a passenger relative to the time it spends waiting around or travelling as well to pick up a fare?
So through you, Chair, its utilisation is number of kilometres with passengers on board versus number of kilometres with no passengers on board. The way you describe the operation, Councillor Nees, is exactly how it ran when it first started. So the vehicles were based at Tauranga Crossing. They would take a ride out to pick up a passenger, and then if there were no ride requests in the local area, once they'd finished doing their trip, they would usually make their way back to Tauranga Crossing. That's where driver breaks took place. If the vehicles needed charging between trips, that's where it takes place. Staff have been working very closely with the operator and our technology provider to try and improve that utilisation rate. So what we've actually done is arranged for more, we call them hold points around Tauranga South. So rather than vehicles always defaulting back to the crossing, they're told to hold in certain positions. And what we have seen since we have tried to improve that over the past few months is actually a 4% bump in utilisation as a result of playing around with the locations of those hold points, driver breaks, etc. Because we want to try and reduce our empty running as much as possible.
So it's not, sorry, I just need to get this clarified. So it's not that 50% of the time it's being used for passengers. It's that 50% of the kilometres have got travelled are done with passengers on, and then there's a whole other chunk of time that we're not counting where they're not in service for one reason or another.
Yes, so by this metric, which is the average, you'd have 53% of the kilometres where the vehicle is effectively going to pick up passengers with no passengers on board. I think that is currently sitting above 50%, at about 55%. So we are significantly above the average at this point in time.
Councillor Shirley.
Yeah, just clarification, Chairman. Is there a weighting in the utilisation percentage on the number of passengers that are on board? Because there should be. Because you could have a van full of people, or 6 people, and it's quite a different scenario to one person. And so that surely that utilisation should somehow be weighted on the number of passengers, on both the passenger journeys.
Through you, Chair, I saw Andrew frantically scribbling there, so we will try and incorporate that measure of utilisation into future reporting. I'm not sure off the top of my head whether we can pull the data in that way, but I'm sure there's a way where we could look at the number of kilometres where we've got multiple riders on board vehicles.
It's also something that I think we may or may not measure with respect to our bus fixed fleet. So I can confirm with our operations manager as to where and how we do that, and as Ollie says, what data we can pull to support that.
Councillor Currick.
Same question as Councillor Shirley.
Thank you. The Route 51 annualised cost of 147,000, is that for per bus or because there were usually 3, there was always 2, sometimes 3 buses doing that route?
That was the full cost of delivering that service for the previous financial year. So whatever was included in that, whether it was 3 buses or 4 or 5, that's the full cost. Yeah.
Okay, and the on demand, how's that comparable? You've got $1 million there. To compare it against, are you comparing apples with apples?
That's the full, so that's the full cost of that contract per annum to deliver that service as well. So we are comparing apples with apples. And in terms of the level of vehicles, there's 5 vehicles provided for on demand. But I need to confirm how many were provided for Route 51 under that 147K.
Just further to Andrew's point, Chair, the other thing to remember with Route 51 is it ran relatively infrequently. So on demand, that's 5 vehicles ready to go. 7 days a week we run that service. Route 51, when those vehicles aren't running Route 51, they're off running something else around the city. So that's why there is such a disparity in costs, and why providing the big fixed route services, purely from a dollars perspective, they are cheaper to put on than something more tailored and dedicated like on demand. But that's why we've also shown you the figure per passenger as well. So you can see with the number of passengers carried by on demand, the actual subsidy per passenger or cost per passenger is much closer to what we were achieving with the fixed route service.
Councillor Shirley.
I understand, that 536% increase in patronage is a huge success, but it's a utilisation success, but an economic failure, as I understand it. And the economic failure is that there's a disproportionate number of people with concession or riding for free using what is essentially a Rolls-Royce service. And why wouldn't you? There's an infinite demand for free goods. So how are we going to address that issue? I know we can't sort of upset the trial, but there's clearly a demand for the service. It clearly works. That patronage usage is fantastic. But I sort of heard Councillor O'Brien, I think he's right, we're doing this Rolls-Royce service in Tauranga, and what a Rotorua get. There's that sort of feeling in the region, understandably. So we have a responsibility to make sure that it actually is on a viable basis, and on the basis of those patronage figures, it should be.
So that's why, if you read the paper, there is a proposal by staff to increase the fee. I said to the staff informally myself that I didn't believe that this council needed to, that's an operational matter to make sure that we have to make sure the trial is a success. So just get on with it. But anyway, they wanted to bring it to you. in their head, so good on them.
Through you, Chair, what I'd add is when this trial was first pitched to council for support through whichever annual plan process it was chosen to set the trial up with the same fares. So we got to see how people's behaviour towards travel changed, agnostic of fares. What we're signalling now is at this point in the trial, there is the opportunity to trial something different, a trial, if you like, which Andrew will talk you through shortly.
Councillor.
Can somebody just clarify operating revenue minus 38,000? We've taken in 18,000 odd. What is the minus 38? We're expecting to uptake more fees. Is that what? Why haven't we?
So through you, Chair, yes, that's exactly it, Councillor Taylor. So we have collected less fare box revenue, and that's because we've been carrying a higher number of people on concessions than was envisaged when we did the forecasting for the trial.
Thank you. So next steps is essentially continuing operation of the trial, include data collection, ongoing marketing, and as alluded to earlier, consideration of fair pricing to support some fair recovery increases, and then the 12-month performance management report. So I'll skip on to the next part of the presentation. So you're well aware of the context within which we're working. The GPS is looking for greater fair recovery ratio or private share, and we've seen those targets that have been presented to us as of yesterday, late afternoon from NZTA. The current fare for the on-demand service is $3.40, discounted to $2.72 with a B card, and as we've already alluded to as well, an economy fare for a premium service. If we look at the Tauranga wide urban network, we have estimated 13% fare recovery. So the on-demand service is well below the average. So the committee has asked us to explore options to increase the fares, and this is what we're doing. So staff have modelled 5 options. Option 1 was not modelled because it's the current option or the status quo. Option 2, 3 and 4 all see increases in the fare, but maintain the 50% concessions across the board, whereas option 5 has an increase with no concessions. You'll see in the far right column what that impact has based off some modelling that we completed. So for option 3, there's a estimated negative or 15% impact on patronage with an increased revenue of 17k. And an additional 1.7% fare recovery. So the fare recovery between options 2 and 5 are relatively small, I guess, being between 1 and 3%. Staff thought that option 3 was probably the most palatable based on customer surveys, and a lot of those had mentioned that a $5 fare was something. I think 46% of respondents said they still use the service at a $5 fare. We feel it's a good middle ground, and it also doesn't have allowed us to still maintain competition with other services such as taxis and Uber. So really it's up to the committee to make a decision on which option they go with, whether they would like to go with the preferred or would like to look at one of the other options. Rather.
Through the chair. Just wondering, can you clarify the Super Gold subsidy? Is it no matter what we charge for the adult fare, do you get the difference between the adult fare, for any service, or is there a cap or anything? Because what I'm noticing is that there are a significant number of Super Gold users on the service, which isn't surprising given the nature of it. And I'm just thinking, it does seem a lot of those people might well want to, you know, chip in $1 if it made the difference between making the service more successful. But I'm wondering, do we get that money anyway? Do we get whatever it is between the full fare from the government as part of that Super Gold subsidy, or do they only subsidise the component that is like a normal bus fare component?
So for the purposes of this modelling, we assumed status quo, so effectively no additional revenue from the Department of Work and Pensions that oversee that concession. Depending on the direction we get today, we would have to engage with the department and just check that whatever we do, if we're taking as much advantage of whatever the rules are under the scheme as possible. But we haven't counted additional revenue or assumed that we would be able to effectively cash in on anything extra from that scheme with these changes. So there might be a very small windfall.
So I note that the senior fare will continue potentially beyond when the senior discount concession will be applicable for all other Bay of Plenty services. I just wonder if that was intentional, whether the senior 50% concession will stop in this service when it stops on all the other services.
So the assumption here is whatever is offered on the senior here, assuming that you resolve to retain an option that has the senior concession, the eligibility would mirror whatever the policy is on the wider Tauranga urban network, because to have two different policies would cause significant confusion amongst that demographic.
That's me.
Sorry, does it mean that all of the fares, apart from the adult fare, would be mirroring the new fare structure?
So through you, Chair, exactly that counts to the needs. So this would effectively be a slight early move towards that new rebate of concessions, with all concessions sitting at 50% of the adult fare.
So are you saying that the child fare would not be charged until 2026? 2025?
No, we are saying that with this, for children to use on demand from April, they would be required to pay 50% of the adult fare and travel with a B card. Cash is not accepted on demand.
And off peak, they would pay, is there a peak and off peak with on demand? No.
Councillor Shu.
Chairman, given that this is a premium service or premium product, huge demand for it, given that you've got the gold card and the community service card for those who don't have the resources, why wouldn't you go straight to option 5?
Yeah, but that's up to through the chair, that's up to the committee to decide what they see as suited.
Yeah, maybe.
I guess the counter to that, Councillor Shirley, is that this has replaced a current bus service. So this has replaced a current bus service, so we're actually still trying to supply a service to people who need to use the buses, and they don't actually have an option of a non-premium service at the moment. So I think it's worth keeping concessions for those who don't have the resources to pay full fare or find an alternative. So I think that's important. My view is option 3 is fine with me.
Councillor Crowder.
That's a good question through the chair to Councillor Shirley. Given you seem to be arguing for retaining the concessions, if I heard you correctly, but then you're proposing a flat.
No, what I'm saying is community service card and gold card are not part of the concessions. Like we get paid for those by government for all of those people, and a high proportion of people using it would seem to do fit that category.
So is the staff intention that the final option would still retain those, whatever you want to call them, concession subsidies?
But so option 5 has no concessions.
But Gold Card and Community Service Card will still apply.
No.
I misunderstood that.
I'm thinking you might mean
Right, I
option
should
4.
misunderstand it. Yeah. I thought they were automatic from the government.
So we would be opting out of those concessions in
No,
option
no,
five.
I withdraw my suggestion, you don't want to do that.
Or perhaps there's an option
Well,
5A.
Yeah, keep those on.
No, option 5A.
Councillor O'Brien and then Councillor Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd actually like us to look at option 5, particularly in light of the previous conversations that we've had today. Just to back up what Councillor Shirley said. So effectively, there's $1 million down. The two, particularly options 4 and 5, it's going to have a very big, according to our figures here, quite dramatic impacts on the amount of patronage, almost a quarter. Personally, I'm a little bit surprised that at some point, I may not have been around when the option was first brought in about the actual service, but if this is going to have such a dramatic effect, is the even continuation of the model itself up for discussion at some point, or is that already cemented? Because if you could lose possibly up to a quarter of your patrons, surely that must bring in, call into question the whole idea. Even if you would lose 15 or 20%.
So through you, Chair, when we did the modelling for this, we made the assumption that for many trips made on demand, there is a relatively high level of discretion when it comes to trips. A lot of trips are made off peak and may be made by other means if on demand was not there. So that means that people are therefore relatively sensitive to the price of the service. But we do acknowledge that the surveys at a high level have shown that people would potentially be prepared to pay up to $5. But I think the relationship exists, and I would expect basic economic principles to play out, that if you put the price up, demand to an extent will go down.
The other question that you asked, Councillor O'Brien, is this is a trial. So it is an 18-month trial. It's got a definitive time. It's had 7 months now, maybe 8 months, 7 months. So what we're trying to do here is make it more economically, it's viable on a patronage basis, but it's not viable economically as it stands. And if it's not economically viable, it will fail as a trial, in my view. And what you say, well, it's not fair for Rotorua, but this is a trial, and
I think we've moved.
to work.
I'm just using the logic that's been used in the previous arguments today. There's $1 million already down. You're going to affect, no matter, even if you say one of the 3, 4, or 5, that's going to be a very substantial drop in patronage, according to our what the officials have put before us, for not a lot of revenue gain. I think, if we're going to be saying, well, we need to be hard and we need to think, I think we should be looking at either option 4 or 5 personally, but happy to hear from others. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we need to go back and have a look at the original reason for setting this up. And I think one of them was Tauranga South had a very poor patronage on the bus. If I remember right, he was driving empty most of the time. And so we have gained 570% increase in people using a transport system. So when you go back to the fact that a high proportion of this is from the older people and the younger people and those having concessions, then maybe what we're doing is we're actually taking more cars off the road, but we're also providing a point-to-point, house-to-house pickup service that is meaning people who were isolated because they couldn't walk up to the main road to get the bus stop are now able to get out and actually enjoy life and socialise and go shopping and things like that. And does it have to wash its face right to the high peak? If we were going to wash its face on everything we do, we'd stop doing half our programs. And so I think that we should let this continue, maybe with option 3, like I accept the staff would have looked at this pretty thoroughly, and let it run its course to 18 months and actually see how much more we get. And maybe it doesn't need to wash its face completely. Maybe we're actually providing a huge service for some of those that are housebound or were in the past, and eliminate bus route 51, because this is obviously doing the job. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for your information, the information I had, and it was prior to the very last lot of information, so it was in September, I think, or might have been the beginning of October. It was running at about 43.7% of the passengers were peak time passengers. So it is taking that peak period where we had outward congestion. So it is helping in that area. So you're right. Any further discussion? Have you finished your slides?
I have a couple more around the risks, but so yeah, essentially, the fare increase wouldn't be able to occur until April next year due to several system-wide change requirements, including one with the NTS rollout. Staff time, public communications and additional costs would be required to implement it. Will obviously have an impact on patronage, and at this stage we aren't recommending consultation because it would delay the rollout of any new fare structure, and we feel that the information we get through customer surveys does quite a good job of that at this stage. The next steps are essentially to go live in April, have 6 months of the trial, and then report back on how that fare change might support the fare recovery, but also taking the trial forward beyond the trial. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
With your recommended option 3, the B card discount, isn't that necessary? It's a premium service and we aren't taking cash anyway, so it might gonna be $5 for everybody.
That would give us option 4, I think. So there's possibly something we could look at in terms of having the adult fare with the B car concession being $5 rather than $4, but I'll let us see you that's to speak.
So through you, Chair, the reason there is a small differential between the B card fare and the full fare is because the full fare is you paying on your debit or credit card through the app. Because we're a relatively small user, we do get stung with quite high card fees. So the idea of the premium there is to cover the card fees that regional council incur to allow those payments.
All right, the recommendations are on page 69 and 70. Do I have them? I'm happy to move it.
I'll second that.
It's seconded by councillor Campbell. Any discussion on the motions? So if you got them, you'll see it. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. I think, oh no, we're going to do anything else. We move into